And now it's time to say hello to all my geekdom friends. It's Artisan. I'm here again, and this is how we go.
I've been breaking the night, can't sleep, rain tapping all on my windows, but them sounds make peace. Why do I love this white noise from my fucking AC? It'll distract me from the void and these things I can't see. Love, brain going on overdrive, and I might be going nuts. They don't understand my mind, but I don't think no one does. Feeling like my ankles tight, my legs is going numb. I've been down a million times, but I won't be slowing up. And now I'm diving rid of the deep, and what am I thinking? What is the reason? Laying in bed, I'm closing my eyes, I'm staying awake and stare at the ceiling. Scroll on my phone to look at TV and keeping myself from falling asleep. It's way too quiet, put in the fan to give me some noise to quiet the demons. My ADHD popping out. If I crank the system up, I hope the beat get louder now. My thoughts too loud, hope the speakers drown it out. Brain going 1,000 miles a minute, I ain't stopping now. Way too late and I can't think straight. It ain't my choice. Voices in my head, but it's my voice. Gotta drown it out with some white noise, yeah. Said it's way too late to hallucinate. It ain't my choice. Try to block it out, but it's my voice. Gotta drown it out with some white noise, yeah. I've been breaking the night, can't sleep, rain tapping all on my windows, but them sounds make peace. Why do I love this white noise from my fucking AC? It'll distract me from the void and these things I can't see. Yeah, some nights when I'm by myself, I start to daydream, trying to think of something else, hoping that could save me. Wanna get some therapy, maybe that'll change me. If you ever felt like me, maybe I ain't crazy. And I wanna drive it up off this clip when I just get so distracted. Can't get in my vibe on a night like this, I just don't know what's happening. Wanna take some meds, but I know that shit, but I have my soul adapted. I get in my head and see some shit you probably won't imagine. My ADHD popping out. If I crank the system up, I hope the beat get louder now. My thoughts too loud, hope the speakers drown it out. Brain going 1,000 miles a minute, I ain't stopping now. Way too late and I can't think straight. It ain't my choice. Voices in my head, but it's my voice. Gotta drown it out with some white noise, yeah. Said it's way too late to hallucinate. It ain't my choice. Try to block it out, but it's my voice. Gotta drown it out with some white noise, yeah. Said it's way too late and I can't think straight. It ain't my choice. Voices in my head, but it's my voice. Gotta drown it out with some white noise, yeah.
Good morning. You have now embarked on the hero's journey. Sure to like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. And it is how us content creators actually fund what we do here. Do the research, do the watching, do the time. You know, keep the wheels greased and moving in the right direction. I am slowly getting back to on normal time. I was traveling and out of town last week, and then I came right back and went right back to work. So my understanding, at least my body's understanding of what day it actually is a little bit off. So you are very blessed that I woke up early as hell to do the stream today, because Yesterday, I thought it was like Friday or something. I was completely off. So, because of all the air travel and meetings that I had this last week, because your boy is doing a little bit more of himself now, with himself now. Why does everything say at? No, that's weird. That is very weird. That must be a YouTube thing. I got a little bit more demanding of a role now with work, with what I'm working on for the company. Check out my goddamn post-its. And yeah, I've been sitting in meetings and hot places and shoulder to shoulder with people every day. And yesterday, I needed to take some time to get away from people as much as I freaking could. So I was outside looking at grass, walking through it, but I was staying way away from people. Even the people I was supposed to be in my team with on Saturday, even though it was fun geek stuff, I was sitting way away from them. I was either in my car or walking the path. I was not sitting close to them. I didn't want to engage with really anybody yesterday. And it's like that for people who have introverts, in a sense. Introverts needs to recharge. They have to. If they don't recharge, usually out in nature or where you can get away from people, bad things are going to happen. And I needed to recharge. My brain was not fried, but it was taxed a lot. I was done. My patience with people, my politeness with people was going. I was going to just start cussing people out. I don't think normal people don't understand how much of a tax it is on certain people just to engage with them forcefully. And it's like I told you guys when I was working retail, at the last big company I was in, those forced interactions are never fun. Not for me, not for a person like me. I engage when I feel like it. Those forced interactions and small talk is bullshit for me. Not the type of person I am. I don't do small talk. It's not fun. It's mentally taxing. And when you have a large group of people and they're all talking at the same time and loud too, it's irritating on multiple levels. And that shit gets tiring. More so than trying to lift 400 pounds. Maybe you moved it. Maybe you got it up once. Yeah, but on the 8th set, you're going to be feeling it. You want complete concentration. You don't want somebody yabbering in your ear. Why are you lifting that? Why don't you stop lifting it? You don't want to hear that shit. You don't want to hear that shit. So I had to unplug as much as I could yesterday. And I remember it was an actor. I believe it was not Charlie Sheen, but Martin Sheen. And Charlie Sheen was relating this to an interviewer about his father, how his father takes one day a week to just not talk to anybody. And I remember hearing that when I was in my 20s and thinking that actually makes sense. Right off the bat, it made sense to me. Like, oh, that actually makes sense. That for one day out of the week, he will talk to nobody at all. And my thinking is it makes sense to recalibrate. And when Charlie Sheen went along with the explanation, he might have seen it a little bit as just one of those weird things that his dad does. But you think about it, it's an actor who does a lot of press, is always on the set, talking to a lot of people, other actors, all the rest of that. It is a mental health thing to actually unplug and only hear your voice in your head, only your expectations. That's it. That's all it is. It helps you recalibrate. Usually for you guys, those days are usually Sunday for me, because being able to sit and do this show is me getting out all my geek thoughts, because I might not have talked about it all week. I might have just seen different things, had my own thoughts, put those aside in the compartment, and then came back to you guys, and now I'm letting it all out. That's why you can see me sit here and talk to you guys for hours on end and have very little or no notes. I don't have to go back and Google everything. I don't. I've already thought about it. And at this point, I might have thought about it for 5 days or so or more. So it's coming from me. It's not coming from a Reddit page. It's not coming from Twitter. It's not coming from Wikipedia or Google. It's not coming from another reviewer and what they had to say and what they thought. It's not coming from any of that shit. It's coming from my own thought process, what's happening up in my blender, what elements went in there, what elements were mixed up, and what is coming out of my mouth, and how I choose to convey that information to you guys. That's what it is. So it is helpful to have a day where I don't have to talk to anybody. And I can just be in my own space and in my own head to work through all of my thoughts. Because trust me, coming this week, if I thought last week was daunting with what I have to do at work, the next month and a half is going to be very. You need to start getting your push-ups. Yeah, right. You should have prepped. That's what it is. I need some Batman prep time right now. It's what I actually need. And just as an overview, not to talk about work and stuff like that. As you guys know, I went back to Pennsylvania about 3 weeks ago. At this point, for work, I got tasked to go to a workshop, and I went to a workshop, and at said workshop were various senior level management people, CEO of the company, president of my division, all of that shit, right? Well, it was a conversation about how we could fix certain things within the company. And some of those people, the president and the CEO, really thought that you should bring in the people who actually do the work to come up with the solution, because it's not going to come from management, which is true. Those solutions hardly ever come from management unless they have been at those lower levels. Most of our managers have not been at those lower levels. They came in straight from another position doing the same shit for the last God knows how many years. They haven't seen the bottom in a while, except when they visit. So the things I said in that meeting actually resonated a lot with the people that were there. And for me, at the time that I saw, it resonated with the CEO of the company for our US side and the president of our company for my division, and another person in the construction side, another vice president. It really resonated with them. And those were the people I could just see outright because I was talking to them. So much so that when the meeting was over, said president of the company is coming up to me to shake my hand and thanking me for being there and all the rest of that shit, right? So I had some good one-off conversations with each one of those people. Well, I go back to work, my regular job with, my regular cohorts, and everything is all rosy and good. And I read a company message that tells me that one of the people, the message is from the president of the company of my division. And he is appointing and letting everybody know he's appointing this other guy, this vice president on the construction side, over this project. And I thought it was a good idea because I had a one-off conversation with both of these gentlemen. I was like, oh, this is a good idea. So I'm sitting there reading the article. I thought it was good. And since I'd already talked to this person, I thought I had a decent rapport with them. So I went ahead and emailed both of them. And the one who got appointed, I told him congratulations. I thought it was a good idea. And I'm impressed to see that the company is moving as fast on this as they said. It wasn't just lip service. I also emailed the president, told him likewise. Well, I got a response from both of them. And the VP that's in charge of this project now, he said he wanted my permission to bring my name up in this meeting with his team. And I'm like, sure, if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Well, Thursday, week before last, I found out my ass was supposed to be on the plane to come back to Pennsylvania because they wanted to meet again. And I specifically, of a group of people, was brought back. So last week was that follow-up meeting where they flew me back out to Pennsylvania again, put me up in a hotel, and I came to corporate headquarters, which I had never seen before. I didn't realize how close it was to the hotel. And it was a much smaller group of us. And I was one of 3 actual techs there. A room full of about 60 people, district levels, regional levels, vice presidents. I was one of those 60 people that were there, and I was one of 3 techs. And for our part of it, we are broken up into smaller teams. My team that I am on now consists of my regional leader, a couple of vice presidents, and a couple of facility directors, and me. So I'm now in a group with being the one person that actually has hands-on touching of this work, and then one person who has just moved up out of doing that kind of stuff. So facility directors who work with techs up into upper management, SECs and stuff. And our part of what we are doing is figuring out ways to increase the integrity of the work that everybody in the company does, that work process. And we are tasked in giving company corporate priority and changing our schedules or whatever we need to do to get this shit done. And we have a very short time frame in which to do it. This is where your boy is. So when we got to that meeting on Wednesday, and we stood up in front of everybody and had to say who we were and all the rest of that whatnot. The person leading this group, which was the one that I met at the previous meeting, the construction vice president, he is the one in charge of this group. And he let the group know. Artisan was the first person that contacted me about this. The reason he is here and this is happening because of what he said. He was the first person to contact me about this, so I made sure that he was in the group. He has a lot of good ideas. Said that to a room full of upper management. He told them, not me. He told them. Now, mind you, the people who were standing in the room is my regional level, my district level, even my whole division level. Higher ups, the ones over my supervisor and director that I work with every day. They're 3 bosses. that was a bold move. So when I saw him after that meeting and we were getting, breakfast and coffee that morning, I was talking to him again, was thanking him for being there or whatever. He said, "Yeah, you kicked this off. You kind of kicked this off." I said, "Yeah." I was talking about it with my mother, like, why do they want to see me? I don't think they'd bring me all this way to fire me. He's like, no, no, it's a good thing. He's Irish. I thought he was British. He's Irish, so that even made him cooler as hell to me. And he's like, no, it's a good thing, but it's like, you're the first one to raise your hand. You're the first one that got the target on your back. Well, shit, thanks a lot. So, so that's what I was doing. I was there with basically senior leadership, figuring out processes for this company to actually do their work better. And that's what I'll be doing for the next 3 months, and having to pour into all this information, confidential information with the company and whatnot. And I'm just a tech. Well, I'm a tech. I'm a hell of a tech, but that's what I'm getting access to. So my priorities are that I have that kind of stuff to deliver on every week. Like come Tuesday, I have a meeting again within my team about what we have found out in the last couple of days since we have seen each other. And I can say there are some people in this group that really know their damn job. They really know their job. I mean, really, but in that sense, they really know their job in a very myopic sense, which is they don't know how that impacts the people behind them. They just think you send down dictates, and not understanding that the person that's catching all those dictates has to make sense of it in that moment before we step onto somebody's door. And a lot of that shit is redundant and useless for us. And understanding that their view is so myopic, they don't understand that what you're seeing is not what the person on the ground sees the whole time. And that's what I'm there for, to try to bridge that gap between them, to let them know what the person on the ground sees. This too much work to actually put on the tech, but also to suggest things like this is what the techs actually need. This is what we actually need that would help us to fix what it is that you're seeing over here. It is, I don't blow my head up about it, but it is a big deal. And it's such a big deal that even my supervisor and facility director know from their bosses above them, give him what he needs. If you got to change his schedule, change his schedule. But that's the mandate. That is a mandate. This is the priority in the company, coming from the top down, telling you directly, this is the priority. Give him what he needs to work and carve out his time so he can work on this shit. They are not bullshitting. Many companies talk that shit. I can say this. I've been in a couple of companies. Many companies talk that shit about making changes and making stuff better for the people on the ground. This one is not bullshitting. They are not bullshitting at all about this. This shit is happening quick. I told you, it was 3 weeks ago I was there for a summit, and then within that 2 weeks, yeah, summit's over. We're moving forward with these ideas. They are not bullshitting. Even the time frame for what we have to do our part of the work, because it's 7 of us all working on different parts, and all those teams have to bring that stuff together, and all those teams have the same split makeup the same way. We have to deliver on a short time frame. It's not, oh, this will be a government job. We'll be working on this forever. No, nigga. You have a deadline, and you have signposts and milestones, and you need to deliver. And they expect that. And come Tuesday, we're going to have another meeting with our group lead, which is my regional vice president. He's the dude in my group. And then he's going to go back to the lead of this project, who I now know. And he's going to have to tell the rest of the group leads, the other 6 group leads, and them what the hell we have and what suggestions we have for policy implementation, technology, whatever the fuck, whatever we come up with. It is not a game. And it is not, blow it off and water ski behind a couple of people. So when I tell you that I personally don't necessarily care about titles, I usually deal with people as people because I know that they're all just people. I kind of figured that out working construction, that when I was coming home dirty as hell and muddy and stuff like that on the BART train, which would be equivalent to the subway or the MARTA or something like that, and some of your other respective places, public transportation, light rail. And I'm coming home from work and we're going through the financial district and I got my hard hat and my dirty boots and my tools and stuff, and I'm tired as fuck. And looking at these people stepping on the train with the soft shoes and in clean clothes, I'm like, oh, I can't sit next to this dirty motherfucker. I was making more money than them. I knew, even in my 20s, I was making more money than most of them on that damn train. It's not necessarily in what you do. It's how well you do it and how vital what you do is. So I always relate to people as people because I understand from working in construction that title shit lasts between the hours of 9 to 5, 8 to 5, 6 to 3 o'clock, whatever the fuck. That's when your title applies. And it only applies within this context of this work area. Outside of that, everybody has a life. Everybody has children. Everybody has other responsibilities. Everybody has bills. Everybody has other shit to deal with. So the main thing to make sure when you walk outside that gate, you're not getting punched in the fucking face is to understand that during those work hours, who you're talking to is an actual person. They're not a robot. It's not AI. It's not something that's just supposed to be there to kiss your fucking ass. This is another human beings with their own wants and their own needs and their own desires. And trust me, the job they're doing, they're probably doing it because they want to. If they feel like they just are forced to come here, you need to figure out how you can help them get to where they want to be. So they're not showing up with that fucked up attitude. But otherwise, these are regular people. And there are certain ways you don't talk to regular people. If you wouldn't feel comfortable saying what you're saying to that person off the clock, outside the building, outside the gate, just walking up and down the street, you wouldn't feel comfortable saying that shit to them then, you better modulate that shit when you at work. Because it can take some real world ramifications 15 minutes later. And that's how I always look at them. That part doesn't really throw me. They're just fucking people. So when I sat there in that group and they asked questions, I had something to say. I said it. Could have not been the smartest thing in some ways, but I believe the higher power didn't put me in a position like that not to speak my mind. Otherwise, I would have been like one of my other techs that was just there at work, wondering what somebody else was doing there. I was there for a reason. And I fucking answered the call. They wanted some truth. I gave them some damn truth. I'm not an idiot. Despite how much I may curse on this stream, I can talk very eloquently, giving the setting. But like I've told you guys before, when I come here on the stream, I'm relaxing with my folks. I'm relaxing. I can drink alcohol. I can let the F-bomb drop, all that stuff, regardless of it's YouTube or whatever. I don't care. I don't overly care. That's why I don't overly care about the numbers and the subs and shit. It's like I do other stuff in life other than freaking YouTube. So everybody are people, and I talk to people like that. Because when you sit down and talk to them like that, you can actually have some real conversations with them and find out what they really do care about, who they really are outside of the title, what they really know aside from the title, how they end up getting into position to have said title. I can tell you this. Him, like closed mouth, don't get fed. You just end up with food all over it, especially if they're trying to feed you. Certain situations, it can be a bad idea for somebody to ask you, what do you think? And you tell them. If you're in a position of understanding that what you're saying is true, let it be fucking said. Because I can tell you, for this second group that we went back to, out of 60 people, 2 of them was black. And let me rephrase that. 2 of them were black males. 2 of them were black males. Excuse me. Rewind that back. 3 of them were black males. 3 out of 60. 1 of them I met when I went to Georgia, because I went to his base. And he is still only, 4-5 months on the job? You're a good brother. I'm upset that I didn't get to spend more time with him talking to him. Because we were in separate groups, and then we were at dinner, and everybody's having beer and wine and drinks and shit like that, and just chopping it up like regular people. There was too many people in front of me and him, so we can sit down and just rap together. That was my fault. I picked the seating of that table wrong. But be that as it may, that's the work side of what's working on. So if you hear me being more distracted and not giving as much of a fuck about what's going on YouTube in the geek space, and having me tell you that, hey, I haven't watched Ironheart. I haven't had time to. You know why now. You know why that is. Because over the course of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, course of 5 days, I have slept probably 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours each one of those days since Monday. I've had no time for myself. The time that I spent for myself when I got to Philly, my flight out of Cali was at 6 a.m. I ended up in Philly at 7, 8 o'clock their time. 9 o'clock, I was still wide awake, and I couldn't get anything to eat because the kitchen had closed in the hotel. And we way out in bumfuck. So I was up till 3 in the morning because I'm still on Cali time. And we had a meeting. Our car was picking us up at 7. 7:40, we was off to corporate to start having this meeting. And I was up till 3 o'clock. I've had very little time to sit and watch shit. Because for 8 hours that next day, or plus, for 8 hours, we were doing work in our groups. And right after that, we had about 45 minutes at the hotel, and then we were out to dinner with rest of the corporate people. Then back to the hotel to sleep for about 4 hours to get up again at 6, because then we were starting at 7 so we can get out of there, fly out of there at 2 p.m. And then I spent the next 8 hours or more, 8 hours on 2 separate planes, shoulder to shoulder with motherfuckers. I've been peopled out. I have been peopled out. It's been hot the whole time. I have not been anywhere with less than 100-degree temperature. And Malika, I don't know how the fuck you deal with it, but it was 106 when I got to Philadelphia. I'm like, the fuck is going on over here? I just left this. I went from Fairfield, hot, Sacramento, hot as fuck, to Phoenix, hot as hell, to show up in Philly and it's 100 and something. I wanted to lose weight, but that was not how I thought it was going to be happening. And then to be packed in a room for dinner and we all in there sweating. Text to vice presidents in there like, oh, it's hot in here. What's wrong with the air conditioner? I said, I think they need a tech. They need an HVAC tech. You want me to go outside and look at their AC? Because something is fucked up. That room was hot as shit. We were sweating in the room. And not because we was all drinking hard. Oh my God, dude. It ain't been nothing but humid in one sense and dry in the other one. But it's been hot as shit. My temperature has not gotten to 60 degrees. I was happy being here and being close to the water and getting to feel like, what's that? Oh, fucking breeze. Oh my God. There is air in the world. You just don't know. I wanted to jump in the straight yesterday when I drove across the bridge. Anyway, so that's on the work side. That'll let you know where my head is going to be at primarily. I will do my best to mitigate that, to make sure I still give you guys what I need to give you. But if I say I did not want to watch Ironheart until I could get home and record a video for it, which would be true, that's what I did. On my flights and my layover, I downloaded season 2 of Squid Game to catch up on that, because at the time, Friday's season 3, or the second half of season 2, however you want to look at it, was dropping on Netflix, and that was going to be the final season. So I was watching Squid Game too. I was more entertaining, and nobody was asking me about the shit. Nobody was expecting me to sit down and record and edit a review for Squid Game season 2. So that's what I watched. So every time I landed one plane and got on another, in that hour or so sitting in the airport, I used a Wi-Fi and downloaded another episode or 2 that would get me through the next leg of my journey, and slept. And that's what I did. So Ironheart was not on the list because I wanted to be able to be home and watch it. Sit in front of this computer, record it, maybe record my reactions to it so you can see it. So since I did not get to do that yesterday, because my day was stacked with being outside touching grass, I'm thinking I'll do that after this stream. But after this stream, I will fire it up through, it should be a closed link. I keep forgetting how BGS does it. Should be a closed link, but when I drop the link in to the community tab, you will be able to come in the same way you're in here right now and watch and discuss it while I'm watching it. So you can see me watching it at the same time. And then I'll just take that recording, and that's what will be the review, because that's exactly what I have to do. You might as well watch it now, because no telling when I'll have time to finish fucking editing it. Like I said, I do this solo. This is not a group venture. This is solo. So I don't get to sit in front of a camera and then throw that video off to somebody else who can obsess all night over cutting the video and edit it in images and shit like that and put it back out and say, look, I made a video. No. You recorded the video. Somebody else made it. Just saying. I'm not shitting on people, but that's how that process works. Sole operator. And I have other shit to do. So that's what will happen for my Ironheart review. But I've avoided watching people's reviews of Ironheart, the first 3 episodes, but I have heard certain things from my mother, because she's retired. She has plenty of time to watch a lot of shows. And someone else who was in my comment section It's one of you. I'm forgetting the name right now. Forgive me. Who really wanted to hear what I had to say after watching Ironheart's first 3 episodes. I don't know how bad a show can be in 3 episodes, and I say that with full knowledge of knowing that I watched The Acolyte. First 3 episodes of The Acolyte were, but that was Star Wars. That was Lucasfilm. This is Marvel. First 3 episodes of She-Hulk was curious. The first 3 episodes of Ironheart, I don't know. It's Marvel MCU, so they can fuck it up in their own way. Straight up, they can mess it up in their own way, right? But I can still say I'm not expecting a lot out of this version of the MCU, and I'm not expecting a lot out of a show that has been somewhat shells have been sitting on the back burner for a while because the audience reception to that character is not strong. It's not strong in the way that you would want it. It's not. I can tell you I have very limited contact with Riri Williams in the comic books because I don't really give a shit. I understand why she's there. I understand why she was made. I remember her being brought in. I don't really care like that. At the time, Marvel was pushing a number of super smart, genius level black chicks. Apparently because they thought they didn't have enough of them, so they made a few. This one is Bendis's. This is Bendis's creation. So, given that Bendis does a good job with Jessica Jones, made her an interesting character, and he does street level characters better than superheroes, capes and cows flying around. In the original comic book material, she might be interesting. Right? Because there's other smart people in the Marvel universe, okay? It's just how it works. Somebody else can go to MIT too. Okay? That's not that big of a deal. Can somebody else make an Iron Man suit? Yes. Namely, half of Iron Man's villains. They all make Iron Man suits too. They may not be called Iron Man suits. They may not take on the pseudonym of Iron Man, but Titanium Man, Crimson Dynamo, Rebel, some of those other people, those are fucking Iron Man suits. What was the Armor Wars about? His tech getting out and people stealing his tech. And him going back and chin checking the motherfuckers about having his tech. Even our own government. That's why Armor Wars is good. That is why, for me, Armor Wars needed to happen before the Ironheart show. And I say that not knowing what's going on in the Ironheart show, outside of the fact that she's going to have to make her new hero armor, because that shit she had in Wakanda Forever, that first suit, was bullshit. I could have saw that in the shitty-ass Transformers movie with Mark Wahlberg. That finished suit, that Wakanda suit she had, okay, that's kind of fly, but it still looks like Bubblegum Crisis. Sorry. I don't know why she got a hard suit on, but that's... Maybe it's neither here nor there. Maybe it's just me, the old geek in me. But that's what it looked like to me. Coming into this movie, yeah, Bay Formers, Aquateki. Bay Formers is right. Coming into this movie, she's going to have her new heroic suit that she'll use in Secret Wars and Doomsday. Okay, fine. You want to introduce the Hood? Okay, I kind of like the Hood. Does he need to be a white boy? Not necessarily. I told you, most of these characters can work. Their story can work and their ethnicity only matters if it informs how they see the world. Hood is a criminal from the bottoms. No. Doesn't matter if he's not white. Does not matter. The character can function the same fucking way. The only difference is when you say he's stealing shit and he looks like a Latino person, white folks will believe it more. Because if you made him black, everybody would be confusing him with Cloak. I thought that was Cloak. I thought his thing was black and not red. What's different character? Completely. I know you guys only look at the colors, but different character. Completely. It's not Tyrone. So, other than that, that's all the show is there to do, to push forward the character of Riri Williams, to establish her in the Marvel Universe more than what was done in the Wakanda Forever movie. And to put her in a position to where you can have someone wearing the armor in an Avengers movie, since you killed Iron Man. We're not going to have Pepper out there in the rescue outfit. No. Gwyneth Paltrow is nice. She's cute in some ways nowadays. But she's not going to be there to be suiting up in armor for half a fucking movie. If you know anything about the rescue character, it's mostly defensive stuff on her suit to protect her. She ain't supposed to be out there to be a frontline fighter, no matter how awesome the A4 scene was in Endgame. She's not. And I don't know the time frame of this next series of movies, but as I remember, the MCU goes along at the same rate as real time. It's been some years. I don't think Morgan Stark will be old enough to be wearing her armor. I don't. And I don't think they're proving she's as smart as her father. Because you know Pepper didn't build no fucking armors. Just saying. So you're going to need somebody there with an Iron Man suit on. And I don't know if they are still paying Don Cheadle. War Machine is an established Avengers level character, but I don't know if they're still paying him. I don't know if he's still on contract, which is why I think that Armor Wars movie didn't happen, or show did not happen. And he got a pretty shit ride in Secret Invasion. Remember? So, I don't know if they know what the hell they're doing with another black character, which is not surprising. Morgan Stark should have been the MCU's Ironheart. No, you have to remember that the movies follow suit after the comics. You have to remember that. So I don't remember a Morgan Stark from the comics at all. I don't. I mean, Herb, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong. I dare say the bitch don't even exist in the comic books. It's something that was thrown into the movie. So Ironheart came along before Morgan Stark. But in the MCU cinematic universe, there's a Morgan Stark. And before her should have been the kid from the third Iron Man movie, you know, who was helping Tony fix his armor. Should have been him. That should have been your new Iron Man. Or I'll let you make this change. Iron Lad. He could have been your new Iron Lad. Minus Kang, since you're trying to wipe him away anyway. You could have been Iron Lad. Yeah, it would have been, well, you know, in the comic books, Iron Lad is a version of Kang. Yeah, but this ain't the comic books, is it? It's the MCU, where we blend shit up however we want to. Whole different universe, baby. This is not the 616. So we do shit a little bit differently on this side. That would have been more workable. Since you had his ass at Tony Stark's funeral and everybody's wondering, who the hell is that kid? Well, that's the kid from the third Iron Man movie. who should be Iron Man. Now that Anthony Stark is dead and no more, this kid should be Iron Man. Yeah, Aquatech, mix and match like a motherfucker. It's salad bar happening over in the MCU, man. They pick what they want. They gonna fuck around and get to the good old bad days of the Fox universe, the Fox X-Men universe, where they're mixing and matching characters so much. I was like, that is not that mutant. What the what are you doing? What up, Death Racer? He said Ironheart is already a black character in comics, so it's not gonna be Morgan. Riri already existed. Riri, that was my point. Riri existed long before Morgan Stark. So if you're bringing stuff from the comic books into the cinematic universe, they have to actually exist in the comic books before you can bring them into the cinematic universe. And since Morgan Stark didn't exist, there was no way to make her Ironheart. Because if you put that there, people will be like, that's not Riri. Yep. Thanks for the echo. Yeah, I just said that. I just say fucking emerge Iron Man. Iron Spider. And Herb Cosign never really liked Ironheart's origin in the comics. You're right. There is no Morgan Stark in the comics. No. That's coming from somebody who reads comics concurrently. I know a lot of people talk that shit, but a lot of people don't read comics concurrently. They don't. So, since they wanted more, dare I say, black women, you got Riri Williams and you got Moon Girl, who I assume still, because I still haven't figured this out. Moon Girl's whole powers is based on her being an Inhuman. So the Terrigen Mist made her smart. And because of that, she's like the third or something smartest person in there. Basically, all they did was break up the smartest person in the universe category and open it up with more representation for black folks and Asians. Amadeus Cho was in there. Moon Girl is in there. Riri is in there. That's all it was. It was the white boys club, and they just broke that shit up. Because beforehand, Black Panther was the only person of color in there that had some smarts. Now it's a bunch of people of color in there. And that's why the numbers, who's number one, who's number two, and all that shit jiggles. I just say Deuce is number two regardless. I mean, Doom is number two regardless. Could be number one. You wouldn't know it though. If you asked him, he's number one. He would tell you that. But other than that, number two, nigga. In everything. Own everything. Because I would dare say his armors are better than Tony Stark's. Tony Stark has more of them for different functions and stuff like that, and a few armors that can merge all those functions together into one. But Doom uses one armor, nigga, and has been for a while. And you pull him out that armor, and that motherfucker can still do some Sorcerer Supreme level shit on your ass. Doom is a problem. Doom is a huge problem. So, number two, regardless, you can have your number one spot just because you don't want it at the moment. Doom is number two, regardless. Everybody else under that, you can fight for it. And to Trev, this is my thing. I told this to my mother because my mother heard about this stuff. And I'm getting more comfortable calling my mother a liberal just because of what she listens to. My mother heard about the Ironheart show, and she asked me about the character. And I told her why I thought the character was a little bit problematic. but how much nobody really knows about this character. But they're going to get behind it and champion it and rage against anybody else who says anything negative about the character just because of it's a black female. That's it. They don't know shit about it was made by some white dude. They don't. But the story sounds good or whatever. And I had to tell my mother, I said, Mama, I don't really care about this character like that. I know why she was made. But I would watch the show because I am a geek. And that's part of my job on YouTube is to review this stuff. Because I do solely geek stuff. So I will watch it regardless to tell my subs and people who watch me what I thought of it. All right. And even if it's with a 0.7 lead, if there's a silver lining to be had around this dark cloud called the Ironheart show, then I will find it and I will draw it on there. Just to give you the balance on as good as bad, what's good about it, what's bad about it. That's just it. You can decide for yourself if you like it overall or not. I'm not telling you what to like. I'm telling you what I liked, what I didn't like. Because as I've told you guys many a time, no show is perfect. There are no perfect shows. I've seen some really good goddamn television. I have. The Penguin stands out as being one of the best comic book related shows made to date. Born Again wasn't close. It's going to take more than Breaking Bones for me to think that Daredevil's back. It was awesome. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't awesome. It was not awesome. Was not. If you watched that shit and thought it was awesome, you need to go get your head checked. Was not awesome. Good, not awesome. One is like a 6, the other one is like a 3. There's a huge difference. That is the standard bearer for comic book adapted shows on streaming right now is the Penguin. And you know what? Nobody had powers and nobody had a cape. Daredevil don't live up to that. Born Again did not live up to that. So, the Ironheart show probably could be good in some areas. They could have did some things really well because Marvel does that. Marvel does some things really well. The problem in Marvel, the MCU, Marvel right now is all this agenda that is taken over of forcing these characters that have barely had any shelf life in Marvel comics in front of your fucking face. Like they're trying to make what is the big character. And that's not organic. It's not organic. The turnout you got for a Daredevil movie, I mean, not a Daredevil, but a Deadpool movie, is because that character has been around for over 20-something years and people really love his character. And a lot of good work has been put into writing this character and putting them in situations or whatever. The backstory and the history is there. He's been there for a while. And people were really pushing, man, he would kill it in a movie. That doesn't exist with a character like Ironheart or Echo. Fuck, Captain Marvel. Nobody was pushing for those characters to be on the cinematic screen. No. The only people who were pushing for this were the people in the MCU thinking we need to give them a female. And they need to get behind it and really like it. And if we do these things, they'll really pump them up. No. It's not organic. It's manufactured. And you're doing it again, throwing Riri out there. You're trying to manufacture character love and devotion. That's not how that shit works. I'm sorry y'all work in the industry where you deal with comic book characters and don't fucking understand how that works, but in a wrestling sense, they get over with the audience by what the audience resonates with them on. And if they don't get over with the audience, You just ain't having a fucking career like that. Echo and Ironheart should never, ever have their own show by a simple litmus test. You ain't been around 20 years. What's your iconic stories? What is your major contributions to Marvel comic character universe? What is it? Look, I might be a fan of the Rocket Racer. Most of y'all might not even know who the fuck that is. But Rocket Racer from Spider-Man comics, a black dude on a fucking skateboard, should never front his own movie just because he's a black dude. No! Never front his own movie. He ain't got enough backstory. He ain't even got his own villains. He's a villain. A shitty one at that. No, never. But if you told me you were making a Night Thrasher movie, then I'd be like, oh, are we going to call it For Control? Because that would be awesome. Now we got something. And he can still start out with the same fucking skateboard. But I would be interested in seeing Dwayne Taylor on screen, donning his real Night Thrasher armor, nigga, and kicking somebody's ass. I'd be down for that. You didn't think Batman went hard enough? Well, give me a Night Thrasher. No. Problem is, this is agenda-led. And given what I saw at my corporation, and what I assume is happening in a lot of corporations, it's too many, and this will sound, well, fuck it. It sounds how it sounds at the moment. There's too many females in middle management. There is. You're overpopulating of this is the pushing these ideas that don't work. Because they just want to see themselves. They don't give a fuck about the fan base. It has to reflect them. And that's not what it's about. It's about representing and reflecting these characters. Because that's what people are showing up to the movie to see. The characters. You know, F1 is probably doing good numbers this weekend. And Brad Pitt has a starring role in that shit, right? But I can tell you this, when I finally show up to see F1, I'm not showing up just because it's Brad Pitt. You know, I want to see how awesome that movie is. And I got an inkling of an idea. The lead actor in that shit, Brad Pitt, is pretty good at his job. He should turn in a performance. I just want to see how it matches up to Gran Turismo. Because I'm not showing up just because it's Brad Pitt in a tight suit. No, I want to see the car drama. So after I watch the movie, I can call my daughter and talk to her boyfriend who's really into F1 racing and ask him what he thought about the shit. And I can guarantee the number one thing on our list is not going to be how hot did Brad Pitt look. No. How good did those action scenes look? Did that do it for you? How'd the racing look? What do you think of this? What do you think of that? What this character did here and what this character did there. That's going to be the conversation. The actor himself is going to be totally removed from the shit. But for a female mind, it's all about the actor because I have to see him. I just have to see him on the screen. That's why you got goofy shit like Thor getting stripped butt naked in Love and Thunder. Who was that for? The guys who want to be powerful and strong and be a god among men? I just want to see his ass. No, maybe a couple of guys in the room, but, you know, that's always been the case. The majority of them, I don't give a fuck about Thor's ass. When we look at a buff dude, you know what we not looking at? His fucking ass. Look at that nigga pecs, man. How you get your shit spread like that? Nigga, your fucking shoulders. What exercise are you doing? I got to do more pull downs or pull up? What the fuck? That's what we looking at. How did you get those results? Holy shit. Now, it's about like that. That dude is sitting over there with the chicks. Not trying to fuck them. No. What up, Charles? Look, I mentioned buff dudes and this nigga showed up. Yeah, exactly, Aquateki. How accurately did the movie represent the sport? Exactly. That's it. I don't give a fuck that Brad Pitt is in it. You could have put anybody in that role, put the same money into it. I still would have watched the shit. Still would have watched it. I like auto racing. I don't watch it all the time, but I like it. I enjoy it. And the main thing I saw from F1 was, as soon as I saw this movie was coming out, I want to see how they did it. And I'm thinking, I need a movie marathon now after I see this. I need to watch Days of Thunder with the stock car racing. I need to watch Gran Turismo with the racing. And then I need to watch F1. And now I know Ford versus Ferrari is in there too, but I haven't watched that one yet. And I love Ferraris. So that's on my queue on Prime to watch so I can see where that fits in there. But there is a whole lineage on this racing shit of how this developed and came along, that if you're into car racing and stuff like that, yeah, watching all those movies together would be cool. Fine. We got one about this. Is there one about rally racing now? Is one of those coming up? Come on, man. Darkness. Darkness falls on the stream because Charles has arrived. So, for me, Ironheart needs to represent the character from the comic books. About 90%. Does that character have any notable feats, pivotal story arcs that really meant something to everybody in the last 15 years? No. Her own set of villains that are notable, that stand out. Because I can remember when Venom came along in Spider-Man comics. There's a lot of other villains in Spider-Man's pantheon. Venom showed up and he set a standard. He became a big deal from that moment on. Where's Ironheart's character like that? She don't have one? She don't need a goddamn movie. She don't need a show. She don't. Now, a show might work to help you develop a character over a certain amount of issues, but develop them into what? Where's the character going? You don't know because you haven't finished doing it in a comic book yet. So by that rationale, this character doesn't need to be out there and having her own show. And it's nothing against the character. It's nothing against the actress who looks really cute when she smiles. But all this braided hair, boy face looking shit is not doing it for me. It is not doing it for me. And here's the thing I noticed too. If you want to do this, use your Google fingers and pull up a picture. Just type Ironheart in the search and then go for images. And what you'll probably find is a lot of images of Ironheart, the character, in comic books. Right? Now, in that field of pictures, you should get a smattering of comic book pictures and live action pictures from this show. Look at those two pictures in comparison and see what you notice. Because I can tell you what I noticed. Ironheart, Riri Williams in the comic books looks attractive. She always has her natural hair out. And she looks attractive. There's some cute pictures, some cute poses and stuff like this. Okay, you see that. That's pretty cool. Somebody actually studied an actual woman and drew this. Okay, that looks cool. These pictures of Dominique Thorne as Riri Williams from this show, all these hard-faced looking-ass pictures, I'm like, that is not attractive. How do you make pretty women ugly? Why the fuck do y'all do that? No man wants to do that. So that means there's women in the room deciding this shit. That's not cute. Always hair pulled back, always braided up. Man, why don't you show us your tats? What's that you claiming, homie? God damn, that shit is irritating. Like, why does this have to be the depiction of black women all the goddamn time? Hard face, no smiling ass. Like, oh my God, whose self-insert was this? Whose idea was this? Oh my God. No lie. There's no reason to. There's no reason to. A lie would hurt you more than the truth would. Yeah, irritated and overused tropes. Like, God damn, we don't like Storm because Storm looks in the comic books like a fucking dude. That's not why people like Storm. That's not why white boys like Storm. You know why they like Storm? Storm looks sexy. Storm looks sexy as fuck. She's beautiful. That is a beautiful woman. She can fight and fly and make it rain. They could be like, holy shit. If I thought I had a chance, I'd be on her ass. I'd bring the thunder. Yeah, hard struggle. I'm coming to free the rest of the slaves' face ass. Come on, man. And the problem is Dominique Thorne is cute. She's attractive. I'm not saying you got to slut her up, but that's not what they do to them white actresses playing those roles. That's not what they do to them. But you had two at this point, back to back, Echo, Native American, and now Ironheart, Black American. They make both them bitches lemon face ass. Bro, when can we get the cute chicks that can just be attractive? No, they got to be bald or braided up. What are you saying? That's not all black women. Bro, next you're going to have her boxer shorts above her pants and shit. Wearing 4-finger rings and wanting to punch niggas in the face. Come on, man. Yeah, Miss Monroe. Thank you. It's always black characters. Look, they did a hell of a job trying to make Brie Larson look attractive. Brie Larson ain't bad looking, but they never gave her all that. The worst thing I said about Brie Larson playing Captain Marvel is her fist was balled up too goddamn much, trying to, like, she got the hero pose. Like, we know you got breasts, okay? Yeah, they're nice, but we're not buying. Your arms are too small to be that tough. Quit it. Spider-Man's stronger. You don't see him doing all that shit. Calm down. Larson changed her name from Ironheart to Iron Face. That's about it. Maybe that'll be the name of the review, the Iron Face review. I'm mad because I'm brilliant. That's not even the strong black woman stereotype. You know what the strong black woman stereotype is? A woman with a bunch of fucking kids and no man around. That's the mom's Mabley, the Aunt Jemima. That's the strong black woman stereotype. The strong-faced ass shit that we're talking about, that's that black female lesbian stereotype. That's what that is. That's the butch lesbian face. Because if you're around any of them, that's what they look like. You know, the boys, BOI, the ones that's trying to be the man in the relationship. Not the femme, the cute girlfriend that look hot as shit. Like, God damn, you'd have to be a woman to catch her. Like, bro. But wait, she got kids. So she ain't really a lesbian. Yeah, the stud. Yeah, JT. What up, JT? Yeah, the stud. That's that stud-faced ass chick. That's what that is. That's what that stereotype is. That's why their hair is always braided. To make you think that they're not a woman. And take on that tough exterior of a man. That don't do it for me. I don't think Riri in the comics is a lesbian. It wouldn't matter if she was or not, but I don't think she is. So why do you keep putting that stereotype for her? Oh, she's a strong black woman. No, the fuck she's not. From my remembrance, she's a young teenage girl. Remember going to MIT? So maybe she's in her 20s? College student? Well, you ain't had the struggles yet. So how strong could you be? That's why you got the iron heart and not the iron skin. That's pretty funny, Charles. You see that, JT? What Charles said, studs, still titties under them skirts, under them shirts. That is a good. I'm a fan of a good acronym, and I like that one, Charles. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I will remember that one always. Still titties under them shirts. It's not insulting. It's not insulting. It's a fact. I'm down for facts. Yeah, Charles is on the leaderboard, the ain't shit board. Bing. Charles is on the board. Wait a minute. We got to star that comment. Wait a minute. We got to star that comment. This is how you make words mean something. You remember where it was when it happened. You source it. The source is Charles Faulkner Jr. And we were all here on this date and time. So now it's co-signed by 2 or 3 other people. So now I'm going to write it in my book and label it Charles Faulkner Jr. This was at 9:17 a.m. on June 29th, 2025. A la Charles Faulkner Jr. There, sourced. Somebody go and put that in Wikipedia real quick for some white content creator use that shit. Source is Charles Faulkner Jr. Winner! I didn't say you won. I say you got a point. You on the board. You win. End of the show. Total up them numbers later on. She has forever resting bitch face. Probably sleeps with, I'm sure she sleeps with her fist balled up with a fucking wrench in her hand. How they trying to make her out to be. They're playing on lesbian tropes, and I don't think that's the character at all. Not that I have anything against tomboys. They're kind of like tomboys. They're cool. They're more relaxed than some of the chicks. I just don't like it when it gets overblown into the stud shit where you're trying to be more of a man than me. You're not. And never can be. Just like I can never be a woman like you. So let's understand that. As long as we understand that, we can rock. It's good. But where we start having that conflict is where you're going to be, oh, nigga, what? Look. Do you ever see the female lion jump into the mix with the male lions when they fight? No? You should probably fall back because it's going to be a whole different fight. Same thing with the gorillas. When 2 silverbacks is going to go at each other, do you see the female gorilla? Look, I'll beat your ass. Different level of warfare. Completely. Stop it. Stop it. Blood Boy said MCU Ironheart reflects the behavior of modern B-Dub. I don't know. I don't know what the MCU reflects. I can tell you, like I told my mother, what I saw of her in Wakanda Forever made me not like the character. I wasn't liking the character because it was stereotypical tropes and shit that I thought was stupid as shit. And somebody pointed it out. It might have been Nerdrotic who pointed the shit out. It's like, why do we need two of the same characters in the same place? The last young genius girl standing next to the other genius girl. So we got Riri and we got Shuri at the same time. In the same space. Oh shit, you're right. Because you have to remember from the comic books, they de-aged Shuri in the MCU. They de-aged her and gave her her brother's intelligence and tech. So she could be the chick in the chair. That's not Shuri in the comic books. If we had Shuri from the comic books, I wouldn't have gave a shit about Wakanda Forever because I would have believed, yeah, because Shuri from the comics ride. Yeah, she was the one leading that war against Atlantis. So yeah, she'd try to fuck up Namor. Yeah, she would. But that's why the Wakanda Forever movie was kind of bullshit to me because you kind of fucked yourself because that Shuri power mittens is not a fighter. No, she can't scrap like that with Namor. No, she wouldn't. Synthetic root or not? No. She took an edible, created some ecstasy, purple root ecstasy in the lab, and now she can get out there and get to fighting with Namor. No. You better get Bast approval on that. No. Not this one. Not the one in the MCU. And it's nothing against the actress. She's just a slight woman. She is. That's why she got hurt during the training and shit like that. And filming. That's why. That's not her normal position to be in. It's a liability more than anything else. But that was the corner that they painted themselves in. So now that she out there being Black Panther, yeah, that K10, that K10 Purple Heart, yeah. Now that she out there being Black Panther, I guess that vacates the role of being smart because you can never have more than one black person doing any one thing. Now you got Riri. Now she tech smart, and in the U.S., not Wakanda, and she making armors and shit. Okay, it's two of the same characters at the same time. Because since she knows Shuri and she did her internship over at Wakanda, I think Shuri would be invested if she was trying to be a hero. But I'm saying this, maybe they clear it up in the show. I haven't watched the show yet, but maybe they clear it up in the show. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me logically up front. Maybe they'll explain it in the show. Maybe they will. I'm willing to give them that time to explain that shit. But it does not make any sense. Especially since eventually they'll throw Moon Girl in there. I know. It's a dumb shit. So, I don't know. The show, I'm not going to say it's going to be bad right off the bat. I just know the reception for that character is not good. The white boys don't want that shit. And regardless of how we talk about it, white boys make up the majority of this geek audience. Just because there's more white folks in this country than black ones. This is what the fuck it is. So it's plain and simple numbers. I just told you in a room of 60 people, I was one of 3 black men. Probably one of 5 black people. And one of them sisters was fine. Oh, she was so fucking fine. She's fine as shit. And she in my group. And she from New York. She looked 23. 23. Maybe 25, my nigga. That bitch is 43 years old. I'm like, what voodoo? Dios mío. Just saying. I grab him and I take him. Yeah. Grace Jones from Conan the Destroyer. Grab him. Take him. She a vampire? I don't know, JT. She got that nice, sweet, high voice too. I seriously thought she was like 25 years old. Seriously. We was all in there. Even the other sister that was in there was talking like, yeah, no, you look, no, I'm 43. Go, what? Oh, hell no. Showed up in there with a nice business skirt on and shit like that with the pumps. And like, boy, you better get the fuck out of here. All the rest of these chicks in here is half baked and round. You're going to piss them off. young, pretty looking ass in here. They going to hate you. They going to hate you. Those chicks in there, you can't figure out if they overweight or pregnant. You don't know. And you know, it's rude to ask, you know, to assume like, pregnant? No? Oh, my bad. So you're just fat. They say don't look into her eyes. I didn't. Honestly, I didn't. Sort of. Be that as it may. I'll watch the Ironheart show and I will try to give it a fair hearing out. I will. I'll try to give it. Shut up, Sportaholic. Don't invite her in. I'm gonna say that on our next meeting call. Don't invite her in. It's a fucking vampire right there. Didn't you watch Sinners? No. Nah, bro. Say it from outside the chat. Say it from the chat. Don't invite her to the stream. Don't let her turn on her camera. You'll see her eyes turn colors and shit. And Sportaholic is on the board, y'all. Good job, Sportaholic. Bing. Forgot to get the bing sound. Grease Jones. He said Grease Jones. It's Grace Jones. Rainfire seems to be the new model for black female characters. No, she's not the real model, the new model. Because here's the thing. Grace Jones wasn't a lesbian. Grace Jones liked men. And fuck the hell out of men. She was just a model. She was a model in the 80s. Them slender ass, stone faced ass bitches, that's what was there. They didn't start getting actually full figured and shit and filled out till damn near the 90s, where people start understanding it was okay to have hips and not be built like a clothes hanger with legs. We malt liquor. Food stamps, poverty, crime, with your powers combined, and Captain Projects. Fuck you, Charles. You forgot to weave, blonde wigs. And I described somebody to my mother that was at this meeting, and it was a sister. And what she had on, this blonde orange wig where you can see the track right here. And these long ass fucking Freddy Krueger, bright orange nails and shit like that. The boisterous paint and shit. My mother said, "Oh, the hood bitch starter kit." Like, yep, mama, you're right. Yes, the stereotypical starter kit. She did. She had that on. In there with them white folks trying to take her serious. She made it to some position though. She did. Because they probably didn't want to get sued. Boy, Grace Jones, boy, did she like me. She run through niggas. Whole crews, not just one or two figures. No, Grace Jones, she was not a lesbian. They can use that as a archetype if they want to, but that was not what Grace Jones was. That means you're not old enough to understand. That means you a young person looking at somebody older than you and not knowing the backstory. It's a problem with you motherfuckers not learning history. You make the wrong inferences. Tell you want to taste it. Here we go. Yes, a clothes hanger with legs. I fucking said it. I'm on the board too. I'm on the board too, but you know, it's my show, so it's fine. So that should take care of it on Ironheart. So you remember, you tuning in now. After this show, I will do a closed stream to watch Ironheart, so you guys can see me watching that shit if you want to hang around for that long. And I put the link in my community tab, and you can come on and watch it. Watch it with me. You can make your comments in the chat. If I do it right, you can make your comments on the chat. If I do it wrong, your ass will be on the panel while I'm watching the show, which just means let me watch the goddamn show. I usually do that shit in silence with nobody talking to me, so I can hear all the dialogue. Because I record not digitally, I record in my memory in long form. All the audio, all the dialogue, all at the same time, all at once. So think of it like in Cadillac Records, say, shut the fuck up when you're in the room so I can actually record without all that background noise. It's really distracting. Yeah, Grace Jones was violent because they really hadn't seen a black chick that damn big before who wanted to be physical. Oh, that was just acting in Boomerang? Nah, play it wasn't an act. No, it wasn't an act. It was not an act. That was her. And she was older then. Remember that. She was older. Okay, I don't want to stop, but I need to get something else to drink. My throat is dry like I'm fighting a cold or something. And I want some orange juice or some water. My head is hurting. I hate stopping the stream while I'm already going. Let's see if I can push on and get through this next part. So, next little bit. Still with Marvel, but it's the next little bit. It's the announcement of, I guess, Daredevil and Spider-Man, or excuse me, Daredevil and Punisher in the Spider-Man. And my reaction to that is to say, I told you, Tom Holland. I fucking told you. You cannot ask for Robert Downey Jr. money as Spider-Man because you cannot front a movie by yourself. Nobody is coming just to see you. I fucking told you. And it's nothing against you at all. I like you as Spider-Man. I do. I like Andrew Garfield better, but I like you as Spider-Man in the MCU. But you can't front a movie on your own at all. The excitement for what's going to happen for Spider-Man 4 at this point, of having John Bernthal's Punisher, and if I saw it right, Charlie Cox's Daredevil showing up in your fucking movie means that you cannot float a movie on your own, which means you cannot ask for Robert Downey Jr. money. You can't. The first Iron Man movie was Robert Downey Jr. with the revealed villain of being Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges is Hollywood. I wouldn't say Hollywood royalty, but he is vested in Hollywood. Him, his brother, and their father. People were showing up to see Robert Downey Jr. Even still, as much shit as Jeff Bridges does, as beloved as he is, Big Lebowski, Tron, all that shit, They were still showing up to see Robert Downey Jr. Same thing with the second Iron Man movie. Your little ass, Tom Holland, while I like you with Spider-Man, understand, I'm not saying this out of any hate. I'm just saying it as a realignment for you to get it through your fucking skull. Your first movie was Homecoming. People were showing up to see Michael Keaton and how you were going to be a Spider-Man. Right? Civil War helped you out a bit, but they kind of ruined it because they said you were in the movie. They shouldn't have said anything. Been my position since they announced it. Your second movie, Sam Jackson, Jake Gyllenhaal. Your third movie, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, plus Willem Dafoe, Jamie Foxx. All the rest of these people rolled up into it as well. You have not fronted a movie by yourself. No one is showing up just to see you. So you don't get the big enchilada. You can get half of it, but you're not getting the whole thing because you were not a draw like that. If you were a draw like that, that movie Uncharted would have done better. And from my understanding, it barely charted. Let's just make it clear. So don't be holding up these Spider-Man movies with contract negotiations about what kind of money you want. You're not earning that kind of money. And it's kind of stupid for you to ask. When people start showing up to the movie just to see you, and it don't matter who else is in the shit, then you can start asking for that kind of shit. But the fact that they had to throw these two characters into your movie, which is supposed to be your first solo, means that they ain't got no faith in you. No. Yeah, Aquateki. Daredevil and Punisher are enough on their own. Charlie Cox is selling the Daredevil show on him. Playing Daredevil. The character is selling the show. Having Charlie Cox come back and play it is a bonus. Like, oh, hell yeah. Good, we got Charlie back. Vincent D'Onofrio being in it was cool. John Bernthal's Punisher showing up was just an added bonus. But you were showing up for Charlie Cox. That's why he's the one on the screen most of the goddamn time. In the episodes where you had a whole thing going on where it was just Charlie Cox on the screen, not even in the Daredevil costume, you still enjoyed the episode. No Punisher, no Kingpin, just him. You still enjoyed the show. Can't say that with Tom. And like I'm saying, it's nothing against Tom. I like Tom as MCU Spider-Man. Or excuse me, Sony MCU Spider-Man. Sony CU. I like him fine. But I know you can't front a movie by yourself. This was your opportunity, and they went away from that shit. That's fucked up. Because they kind of handicapped you from the beginning. Because your Spider-Man don't really have the intelligence of the other two. It's implied, but you don't see it. Because they had your Spider-Man totally in the camp of Iron Man. The Iron Man had to give you all your tech. It's not how Peter Parker works. Part of the allure, which these motherfuckers don't get, of Spider-Man is the same allure that's there with Batman. That they built it themselves. They built it themselves. They designed their costume. They made their tech and equipment. And it proves that they have something a little bit more on the ball than just being out there punching people in the goddamn head. That gets into their will and determination shit that you resonate with. Spider-Man showing up and Tony Stark giving him all his tech took one of his main things away from him that makes you like Peter, that makes you root for Peter, that makes you think Peter will figure it out. His intelligence. Same thing with Black Panther. Now, after 3 movies, we're finally getting you stripped down. No Stark tech, no none of that shit. People don't even remember who the fuck you are. And we're getting to a movie that's supposed to be just you, Spider-Man that we have, in the way that we want to see Spider-Man. Back in the blue, regular costume, back in the blue and red and everything. Cool. They decided to throw Daredevil and Punisher into your movie. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. I watch a movie with John Bernthal in it. I've watched movies with Charlie Cox in it. Stardust, he's a lead. John Bernthal, I've seen 2 in the last 6 months. The Amateur and The Accountant, 2. And I've watched The Accountant 2 4 times. Where's your solo of interest? No. It's just not what it is. And it's not that you're shitty. It's just that you as an actor are too young right now. Perfect for Spider-Man. But you as an actor have not been seasoned enough. You as an actor are like Riri Williams in the comic books. You ain't got enough fucking seasoning yet to draw a big salary. And they know that. That's why they keep putting shit in there with you to try to make your movies pop. Because I said it before that the only way, and this is, we said it in this space on this stream of how when they were thinking about Spider-Man 3, what I said and which I was agreeing with, the only way that they can make that movie work. And it was, since the multiverse is there, pulling them other Spider-Man. Because that's the only way it will work. Well, they did that. And it worked. But they can't use that trick again. So what did they do this time? They still pulled in 2 other people. Proven draws. Because that's saying you are not the proven draw. It's saying they have no faith in you to draw an audience. Because if you could, Uncharted would have charted higher. Your name at the top for top billing couldn't draw them in enough. The character of Spider-Man has more star power than you do. And this is not me hating on you. It's not me hating on you at all. It's just understanding the role that you're in and the position you occupy in this food chain. You're going to have to cut your teeth a little bit more. Turn in a better role. I don't know, start being an asshole on set or something like that. I don't know. Not like Shia LaBeouf, but you might have to do something. Yes, look, exactly, Beasley. If you want to know the heavy lifting that Charlie Cox playing a role has to do, they used him to promote 2 separate fucking shows. One of them from an established character. Echo and She-Hulk got promoted off of Charlie Cox showing up in a Daredevil suit. For me, I would say more so in Echo, it was Vincent D'Onofrio, because they used Vincent D'Onofrio to pump the Echo show and to pump the Hawkeye show. Hawkeye first, and Echo spun out of that. Just to say, look, we got Vincent back. But to validate Echo, she had to fight Daredevil. To prove that she was that good of a fighter, she got to fight Daredevil. Because apparently in the Marvel universe, he's the best fighter right now. In the MCU, he's the best fighter. Because they couldn't have had her peg-legged ass fighting fucking Black Panther. She might have beat Shuri. Just saying. And She-Hulk, you can't prove how good of a lawyer she is if she can't stand up to Matt Murdock. Just plain and simple. She can't be involved with the law and not talk to Matt Murdock. Not in that superhero area. No, baby. There are certain standards, and Matt Murdock sits at the top. Sorry. In the comic books, Doc Ock and Mr. Fantastic acknowledge that Spider-Man is smart. Yes, because they know it. In the MCU cinematic universe, Spider-Man is not smart. The only Spider-Men that are smart are Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. The first Spider-Man, the OG Spider-Man, and the Amazing Spider-Man. This one, I guess this is in the MCU. I guess this is the Spectacular Spider. No, this is Ultimate Spider-Man in that sense. He's not smart. He's not super smart. He's getting there, but he wasn't there. It took him 3 movies, but he's getting there. At this rate, you've seen No Way Home. Andrew Garfield is probably the smartest one because he had to develop everything. Tobey Maguire is smart too, but they gave him Miguel O'Hara's organic webbing, so he didn't even have to make webbing. He was smart. He could make his suit. He could sew, but he didn't have to even make his webbing, which is the main thing you have to have for me. The main thing you have to have Peter Parker do. Make his webbing. It's not something stock. It's not something that everybody has. He has the chemical compound and the formula for making his webbing. Nobody else does. Nobody makes it for him. He makes that. Miguel O'Hara can work with having organic webbing when you understand the tech that Miguel O'Hara was working on that turned him into a fucking half man, half spider hybrid. Because it doesn't negate any of his intelligence. His intelligence is off the fucking charts. Yeah, you can give him that organic. Give him that shit. He don't need that. He's sharp enough on his own and got a temper that, yeah, he can have the webbing inside of him. It's cool. Don't shoot out of his butt either. Yeah, that's the superhero main ingredient next to courage. You gotta have the smarts. You gotta apply yourself. So, the news, if you can tell, the news about Spider-Man's 4th movie getting Daredevil and Punisher in it did not make me happy. I was not rejoicing. Oh, it'll be awesome. No. That's telling me up front that it's shit already. You know why? I already saw Punisher and Daredevil in a show. Yeah, they all have a connection to Spider-Man and the Kingpin. Who gives a fuck? I'm watching a cinematic movie now, aren't I? That means you're trying to resuscitate these other 2 characters because you just put them in that shitty season of a show. And at the same time, doing triple duty by trying to shore up the Spider-Man show, the Spider-Man movie, excuse me. Because you don't think people are going to come out just to see Tom Holland as Spider-Man. You can't just have him swinging around the city by himself fighting some no-name villain or something. Nobody would be interested in that, apparently. That's what you're saying. That's what they are saying. by making that announcement. So I wasn't jazzed and happy. I wasn't. I'm like, shit. Now I thought I was going to get a solo Spider-Man movie, and I don't. We back to Cameo City. This is the bad days of Warner Brothers. You know, the next Batman movie, you just have more people in it than you had the last time, and it keeps growing exponentially. First movie, 1 villain. Second movie, 2 villains. Third movie, 3 villains. Fourth movie, 4 villains. It's fucking stupid. This is why I say Kevin Feige learned all the wrong lessons from his time in Hollywood. This is not the shit that works. And sometimes the webbing has to run out in the middle of a fight, or web shooters has to get damaged. Yes, because it ups the stakes in the fight. If your web fluid is finite, you can't rely on that all the time. If your main offensive weapon, which is your web shooters, is damaged, it's going to be hand to hand, homie. You're going to have to rely on your spider sense and your hand to hand. And as you can see in the MCU version of Spider-Man, he barely has his spider sense. That should be standard on any model of Spider-Man. You can't be a Spider-Man without having spider sense. That makes no sense. Yeah, you can stick to walls, but what makes Spider-Man different than the human fly? Because they can both stick to walls. One of them gonna get hit by the fly swatter. The other one gonna be out the way before the fly swatter even got there. That's the difference between Spider-Man and the human spider. Or the human fly. So no, it didn't fill me with a sense of hope. And it didn't fill me with any excitement to see John Bernthal on the screen being the Punisher. I can watch John Bernthal in movies right now. I just saw him be the Punisher next to another Daredevil in The Accountant too. That shit looked awesome. I've seen it already now. I've seen it. I have fucking seen it. John Bernthal running around wearing black with a machine gun is not new to me. It's not going to make me overly excited for a Spider-Man movie. I want to be excited about Spider-Man in his movie. You know, it's just an idiot thing I'm thinking. If I'm coming to see a Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man should be the main attraction. Let me see some 80-mile-an-hour web spinning. Flying through the city, getting vertigo like, oh, shit, I'd be sick. That's what I want to see. Not how many people are going to get killed because the Punisher is going to show up and is it going to be an R rating? I go, I don't give a fuck. I want an S rating, a Spider-Man rating in a Spider-Man movie. How about that? You want to see a bunch of people get killed? Give me a solo Punisher movie. I'm sure you can work it off just John Bernthal in it. Because, you know, Punisher has fronted his own movie series. Have you seen him? I have. Ask Dolph Lundgren. Seen every one of them. 2 mixed results, but I've seen every one of them. Daredevil can front his own franchise. Be it Ben Affleck or not. He can front his own franchise. He's done his own solo movies. I'm sure Charlie Cox would love to cash a movie check because he's been in his own movies. I'm sure he could pull it off. Tom, no? Spider-Man has his own franchise. But Tom ain't still on his own with any of these movies, man. And I would say at this rate, that is something that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield have over Tom Holland. They have fronted their own movies on them. Who's the villain in Amazing Spider-Man? Who was the villain in Amazing Spider-Man 2? Are they bigger stars than the lead? Do you remember them more than the lead? No! The whole reason you love Andrew Garfield coming into No Way Home was so that the Amazing Spider-Man can finish his fucking story, because that's what you were more interested in. The whole jazzed up part about seeing Tobey Maguire again in the Spider-Man costume, because that's OG cinematic Spider-Man. Hell yeah, you want to see him again. Find out he married to MJ and shit. Hell yeah. You want to see that. But even with Willem Dafoe and Alfred Molina and all the rest of those other characters that was in it, you forget that last Sam Raimi's third Venom bullshit. Topper Grace Venom was shit. Even with all of that, you forget that. You happy to see Toby again. You happy to see Toby again. But understand, they brought them two in to save that third movie because they didn't know what they was going to do with it. And now they're trying to pull the same trick again. And this is where Facebook leaves. They're trying to pull the same trick again with Spider-Man 4. We're going to bring in two other people. Why? You don't have a story? You don't know where to go? Calling it a spider. Yeah, calling it a spider tingle didn't work for me, man. You 3 movies in. We ain't got no goddamn tingles, man. No, that's too long. You too long in the tooth not to have your spider sense. Too long in the tooth not to have your spider sense. That is day one ability. Like your strength, like your stick in the walls and your strength, your spider sense is day one ability. Understand it or not. You should have had headaches. That should have been developed off the bat. Like, damn, my head. Oh, shit. You should have had headaches. That is his most notable ability. That is what puts him on par to be able to even think about, you know, Spider-Man can fight Wolverine. You know, he could fight the Hulk. He might not win, but he can. You know why? Because what gives him the edge is his spider sense. This Spider-Man don't even fucking have it. I don't even know if anybody noticed it or not. That's what makes it so hard for why people, when they do get a hold of his little lanky ass, really want to break his ass up, because it's so hard to hit that little motherfucker. And he talking shit. Oh, nothing make you want to punch a dude in the face more than talking shit to you, and then you can't get to him. No. When I get a hold of you, man, I'm going to break your goddamn legs. Yeah, Spider Tingle did nothing for me, man. It's like, okay, it's a step in the right direction. See how long it takes for them to get there. I literally got to put our faves in to save Holland. Punisher yours, Daredevil mine, shaking my head. Yeah, you got to put in favors to save Holland. And like I said, I don't have anything against Tom Holland. He is acrobatic in his own sense. He really did the work to become Spider-Man. He grew up loving Spider-Man. So him getting to work with people that he watched on screen is awesome. I love that for him. I do. But my thing of it is he has to understand he's not as big a star as Robert Downey Jr. And part of the process in slowing up this movie was him trying to negotiate his contract that he thought he should have been getting that kind of money. No, you shouldn't. And this proves to you why. You get the kind of money you pay like you weigh. And you about $1.05. Captain America can kick his ass because the experience goes to Captain America, but that motherfucker is hard to get a hold of. Toby should be the strongest Spider-Man because he's the oldest one. He's the oldest one. And he is, you've seen it in his movies where he has had to access that higher level of strength when he was angry and shit. Like, damn, I didn't know he was that strong. He didn't know either. That's the whole thing with Spider-Man. He never knows how strong he is because he's never putting his full fucking gusto into giving somebody the what for. When he does, he surprises himself. And other people are surprised. Like, God, motherfucker, that strong? Yeah, he'd know if he tested it. Topher Grace's typecast. He got a show coming out now, and he's a drug dealer. He crossed between Mr. Rogers and Scarface. I like Topher Grace. He was just a shit villain. He was a shit Venom. He was. That Venom did not work on screen for me. Like I said, it's not homework if you're keeping up. It's never homework if you're keeping up. I've watched all of those movies. I didn't have to go back and watch them. I watched them when they came out. Tom Hardy's Venom was better. Yeah, all the Avengers, he hates Spider-Man the most because that's what they got that connection like that. Venom is going to hate Spider-Man more. If you had an ex-girlfriend that shared all her secrets and stuff like that with you, and she was really in love with you and you rejected her ass, she's going to hate you for life, nigga. Like you aborted a baby, she aborted a baby for you. She's going to hate your ass for life. And that's just on top. It don't matter who else is standing with you. Yeah, I dislike all these motherfuckers, but you, I hate you the most. I don't like none of these people, but I hate you. You can get it for life. It's on for life for you, sir. What's good, Chaos? So I was not excited about the Punisher reveal in Spider-Man 4. It makes me really worried about what is going to happen with this show, especially since they're doing what? Brand New Day? Oh, joy. We just going to keep the controversy train rolling on this bitch, ain't we? Whatever. Whatever. Was Age of Ultron from the comic books? No, it was not. Age of Ultron in the comic books was more convoluted, but it was still more interesting. I think Brand New Day will be the same thing. Not the comic book, because it can't be, because all the pieces aren't in place yet. It still ain't even introduced Mephisto yet. But I guess it'll be what the fuck it will be. And maybe Mary Jane will show up and have powers or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe they'll wipe Zendaya out the universe. Who cares? We'll get an actual Mary Jane and not an MJ. Nah, she ain't saying that shit. She's a bigger star than him by herself. We just think he needs to make more money to keep her Bay Area ass. No. She ain't overly chocolate. She a chai latte at best. She mixed, but she looked more chai latte than anything else. And trust me, she keep doing enough movies fucking other people, dude. She's getting her jollies off. They had Peter yank Cap's shield and one shot him through a wall. Cap was preaching to him and pissed him off. Yeah, he can do that. He's strong enough. They've shown some feats of his strength in the MCU, but he is still operating as a kid. And them knowing he's a kid. So they just need to mature that character up, and which is after No Way Home is what I thought this character was going to be on. More mature side. College level now. He should be He should be seasoned up a little bit more. Even with the partial board wipe of having people forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man and forget Peter Parker altogether. They kind of fuck that up, but it gives them a way to reestablish him in the world. Right. Since nobody remembers he's Peter Parker, it'll be interesting to see how Daredevil interacts with him. Matt Murdock interacts with him. I don't know why the Punisher would care. But I guess that's all remains to be seen, just like the movie itself. But it's not giving me a swell of pride. It's not making me overly happy to know that these people were interjected into this movie. It just raises a caution flag for me. Like, there is a problem here. There is a problem here somewhere. Because they don't trust him in this role or the movie or the script that they have. They don't trust it. And that's why they bring it in the big guns to try to sell it. So that's problematic for me. What else we got? That's it. 2 hours in, I'm going to drop the link so you guys can come up here. Let's keep it, do it running for about an hour so I can shut this down and then go back and actually watch Ironheart. Like I said, I won't talk about shit I have not watched. I have no expectations of this shit except for it to be somebody in a suit and for it to be a Marvel series. Hopefully the episodes are short and go by fast, but that's a 3-hour investment that I'm going to have to spend watching this shit. Is in my mind, it's a 3-hour investment. 3 episodes, maybe they're an hour. That's it. If they're 30 minutes, awesome. I had other shit I need to do today. I was supposed to be going to see Megan 2 today. But we'll see how that goes. Let's go back up here and see who supported the stream, since I have not said that in hours. Shout out to Malika. He said, for the man who delivers. Appreciate you, Malika. Yeah. You deliver on the goods. You got to deliver. Not enough to be put in position. You have to deliver. And I'm not one who does not want to deliver the goods. So, appreciate you, Malika. I will give you that 3B salute. Next one goes out to the Joe Herb. Herbert stay all day. He says, salute artisan. Sup to all in the chat. Hoop. Yoop. All is well. HUPE. Okay. Yeah, hope all of it. I know what it means. I'm just saying. Bruh. Appreciate you, Herb. And thank you for the backstop proving that Morgan Stark did not exist in comic books before. She only exists in the MCU. So she should not have a suit or any technical smarts. Daddy dead. So who taught her? It wasn't Pepper. No. So appreciate you, her, for supporting the stream. Dragon is nuts. He dropped a big 20. I will give you the power of 20.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Power of 20. And that takes care of the super chat. Super chat. Let's see if there was anything on there. People just texting me behind the scenes. Talk shit. Shit. Appreciate you. Shout out to there's your real name in here. It's cool, Herb. It's a texting thing. People, I have big fingers, dude. I'm hitting A when I'm trying to type an S so many times. It's not even funny. I have to actually proofread everything I text out now. It's just getting bad. The screen is too small. Yeah, my eyes are getting too bad. Shout out to Gerard. He said, for plot hole purgatory fun. Appreciate you, Gerard, the Cash App side. I will give you. Where is it? Double up. Appreciate you, Gerard.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Running up. Never let a hard time on the was.
And shout out to the Aquatecher for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Aquatechi. No message, just support. Oops, I got another one from Malika too. My bad. That I will give you the double that. Appreciate you, Aquatechi.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
And shout out again to Malika Me Bain from Thursday of last week. He says, salutations to you and the Geek Elite. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you that 3V salute. Appreciate Oh, stop being emotional. How can I help, dude? Well, people don't understand irritation is not a selling point. God damn it. Sit still. Thank you. These goddamn alerts. Oh. All right. Link is in the chat. If you guys want to come up, please do. If you don't, I will shut this down and go ahead and move on to the next thing and start my stream. So you got 5 minutes. JT said that Fisk anti-vigilante task force that would 100% affect Spidey. Maybe that's why our boys are in the flick. I would think so, story-wise. Right? If you watch the Daredevil show, you know about the anti-vigilante task force. So it would make sense for them to be there if he's dealing with that. But that's some shit they should be resolving in season 2 of Daredevil Born Again. That doesn't necessarily need to involve, put it this way, if you want to see the effects of the anti-vigilante task force on Spider-Man, it should happen in a Spider-Man movie. You don't necessarily need to see Daredevil and Punisher in there to get that. You don't. I want my Spider-Man movie to be focused on Spider-Man. Daredevil and Punisher already had their time in Daredevil Born Again to deal with the anti-vigilante task force. They already had their time. They're probably going to get more of it in season 2. I don't need it spilling over into Spider-Man. I want Spider-Man's story to focus on Spider-Man. Plain and simple. But that's a logical place for them to go, which is probably what it'll be. But it's also a saving grace in a sense to bring in 2 characters people want to see into the Spider-Man movie, which apparently nobody wants to see Spider-Man or something. Ugh. Yuck. If they're doing the whole memory wipe, are they going to bring in Mr. Negative or Anti-Venom or Venom? Mr. Negative was supposed to be in this 4th Spider-Man movie, from what I understand. which I would be more interested in seeing that character in the movie than seeing Punisher and Daredevil, because then at least it would be about Spider-Man, his villains, his character dealing with the situation without outside, assist. Let Daredevil and Punisher go back and play in the Born Again show. I don't need them in this. I need Spider-Man to showcase in his movie. I don't need the cameos to showcase in his movie. Darkness. Can I ask her? Why am I gonna bring you up and you're not even gonna talk?
What's up, Brightness?
It's good. You got some more ain't shitums?
Oh yes, those are my ink shittings. Oh yeah, they're gonna come. They're gonna come out eventually. That's what she said. It's kind of funny. This is the first time I actually watched something that you didn't. I'm just actually kind of surprised about.
Wait, we gotta stop for a second. You watched Ironheart already?
Yeah,
How did that happen? Ahead of me? Yeah.
I was bored.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Wanted to see what was it about. I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but I'll say this: it's a little bit more of a pleasant surprise than I thought it would be.
That's what I was hoping from understanding that Ryan Coogler was involved in it. I was hoping that would make it better than it possibly could have been with just Marvel doing it. That made me want to take more of a two-eyed look at it as opposed to a one-eyed look. On its own, it's like, I'll watch it. But then it said Ryan Coogler. Well, let me get focused on what this actually is.
I will say this at the most. You're gonna see her. You're not gonna see her as a Mercy.
Okay.
You're not gonna see her as you're gonna see quite a bit of failures. Quite a bit. She's not a Mercy, which was very relieving. You will notice some mental health issues that are very relatable to people who've been in similar situations. I will say that.
Okay.
And the whole controversy about the gay person in there, it's such an under bullshit thing. I'm like,
as a gay person in there? Oh, dude.
Like a gay or trans, whatever the hell. You actually, it's not even a big thing.
Yeah, never seen that before.
Oh, the comic book movie, no.
Yeah, holy shit. It's only 2025. Oh my god.
Oh no, they don't exist. So I mean, it was a pleasant surprise, and this is the way Ryan Coogler should actually be the head of Marvel Studios. I don't know why. The homeboy needs to take a backseat and just hand it over to Coogler by now, because if you notice one thing about Coogler, when he does a movie, he makes you feel and empathize with the characters.
Yeah,
the motherfucker's so bad, he makes you start liking the villains.
Yeah. Yeah, he makes it more grounded, and that's what I thought he would bring to it when they said he was involved with. I was like, okay, so that means this character will be more relatable now. In a real down to earth, Jay's to the sidewalk sense, you might relate to this character a lot more. Okay. That's what is needed in a sense. So, okay. So maybe it'll take it out of the stereotypical and put it into the actual real.
Yeah, it's right. It's going to be a bit more real because, you're gonna see. I'm gonna put it to you this way: you're gonna write down on your chart how much mental illness or ailment she suffered from.
Okay.
Even if she wants to admit it or not, there's some things you notice, and they break a few tropes. I'll say that they actually break a few tropes, which are good. Of course, she's gonna be, the Chicago urban black girl who's got a very very high IQ
Mhm.
combined with that. So she's cool, but she's smart.
Mhm.
I enjoy it because there's a lot of people who keep her grounded. There's a lot of things that she had to pay for.
Okay.
She's not gonna be Ray, where the universe bends to her will. No, if anything, the universe says quite a bit. Fuck you.
Versus bend to my will.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Like, fuck you. We go in the opposite direction.
Right.
And you, like I said in the chat earlier when you were talking, I said what Ironheart needs to do is show heart. It's for the show to be successful and for the show to be very relatable. It has to show heart, which I think they're doing a good job doing
It does.
so far.
It's kind of in the name. I mean,
It should be in the name
It's in
because
the name. So hard.
she's, for as gifted as she is with her intellect, everything else in her life, falls apart. And you see her trying to pick up the pieces or trying to avoid things, and it's very interesting how she goes about things. And I'll just keep it as that.
Okay. That's actually well, I shouldn't say actually, but that is a decent bit of seasoning or allure to get me to pique my interest in watching this. Because the only other thing I've heard about the show is that the camera stock or what they used looked off to my mother. She watched it. She thought it looked grainy or something was different. I said, were they shooting digital and trying to make it look like older film or something? And she said, I don't know. It was something about it just didn't look right. I said, okay, I'll see it when I check it out. But what you just said, Charles, was actually the most that I've heard about the show. And it actually makes me a little bit more intrigued to see the show because I'm watching the show when I'm, like I was telling you guys about watching F1. I care about the character. I don't care about Brad Pitt. I'm more interested in the character's psychological journey, what's going on with them, as opposed to just who's playing the character. I'm here for the character. I'm not here for the actor necessarily. So that actually gives me a little bit more to see what Riri is working with, as opposed to how Dominique Thorne is acting as Riri, how she looks as Riri. Do I believe her? No.
You'll get a little bit into the things and be like, you'll laugh because being black, you get certain tropes, you get certain things, and it's what happens when you get out of escapism.
Yeah.
And one thing I liked about it the most is that she, no matter how much she ran, she had to face him. She really had to face some shit.
Oh, so she faced some things, unlike,
yeah, she had to face some things. She had to face some things, and it goes back into the mental illness. I'm not going to name which one it is, but because it would give some of the plot, but you'll notice a few things.
Okay.
And she has to face that, which means she has to be her own. It's quite well titled Iron Heart because she has to champion her way through some things. And how you deal with, I won't even say what she had to deal with, but
okay,
anybody who's dealt with major blows in life, you're gonna relate and be like, oh wow, I know how that feels.
Okay.
So, and I think I gave the young lady has a good chance, and the supporting cast is, very chic, as you call it. So they got a pretty good cast, and little by little you start seeing things wind and unwind. So, and when you see the grainy pictures, a lot of that is because they're showing memories.
Oh,
and stuff
okay.
like that. A lot of that is showing memories.
Maybe my mother
Because
missed that. Because I know she was falling asleep and then waking up watching shit or wasn't paying attention. She was watching it then. What the hell's going on? I got to start it over again.
So when you see that, it's a lot of computer stuff and a lot of memories being shown. So when you see the graininess, it's like she's remembering certain stuff. that she either blocked out or she's putting in the computer. So you get a lot of that. Yeah, it's worth a watch. I like it so far. I'm looking forward to the next one. It's surprise. It's a good surprise.
Yeah, the next part comes out this week. I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday. It comes out this week. So it's only 6 episodes. So they dropped 3 and 3 and called it a day. So they kind of following the Andor model of dropping 3 episodes at a time. But I think they did it for this show just to get it out there quickly. So that's fine. I could watch a 3-hour block and be done with it. I mean, if you sit through a 3-hour movie in the theater, you can sit through 3 hours on a streaming show because most people are binging a streaming show on the weekend anyway, and that's like 8 hours or so. So I don't want to hear anybody talking about the damn length or anything like that. It's just as if the material is grabbing you or not in 3 episodes. Excuse me. So
Okay, man. I think the whole tropes of sometimes we need to get away from the motherfuckers on Reddit because they don't like anything. They don't like anything that's not blonde hair, blue eyed, and white and male. And when you look at like some of their favorite superheroes, if you think about it, don't even look like them.
no.
Most of the people on Reddit are not in the shape of like Batman. You can't relate to Batman. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, I
Both
would.
his parents died.
Yeah, but this is how they make Batman at times interesting, where they take his money from him and try to take all the stuff away. But that's because DC Comics over leverages Batman. That his biggest threat to a regular criminal is his wealth. His wealth is not a superpower.
Yeah.
Batman is the superpower. His mind and his abilities are the superpower. That's what makes him go head to head with somebody like a Ra's al Ghul, and you're not sitting there thinking they're gonna throw stacks of money at each other.
They're like, haha.
They match intellect and physicality. That's what they match.
Yeah, they they're not gonna make it rain.
No,
And
Ra's respects him not because he's rich. Ra's respects him because he understands that mind. He understands the mind. That motherfucker's will. He's like, yeah, that's somebody who can go. I respect that. That money shit don't matter.
that motherfucker's so good, I'll let him marry my daughter.
Yeah, my daughter. Keep the cow low. Keep the cow low, but
Keep the cow, for the suspense. I'll just hide in the closet real quick.
right.
But it's one of those. It's kind of funny because you can see, shows like this can actually show you how to have a proper run with a female lead as a character. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, because She-Hulk was abysmal, and I like the John Burns run. That's my favorite She-Hulk run, where you could have just kept it. You made it Ally McBeal, but annoying.
Ally Light McBeal, because it wasn't as good. It was a nice idea to try to make it like that, but what I saw showed me you didn't understand what made Ally McBeal fun, and you didn't understand what made She-Hulk relatable and a fan favorite character. You understood neither one of those, and that's why you got what you got. So it is what the hell it is. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is watch it and tell you it didn't work overall for me. Like the most objectionable scene to everybody else was Daredevil doing the walk of shame in the morning. I found that kind of funny. I found it kind of relatable. Yeah, exactly. Like he out there, boots off, walking in the grass with the costume on, saying good morning to the neighbor. Why? Because he was banging that shit out last night. I found that entertaining. I thought it was hilarious.
The Hulk wasn't the only thing smashing.
No shit. Look, man, you just watched Daredevil Born Again. Matt fucks, okay? That blind man find his way around some pussy, okay? So I don't have a problem with him banging out She-Hulk. I don't. Him doing a walk of shame in the morning, he's in L.A. He's not in Hell's Kitchen. If he was in Hell's Kitchen, he'd be walking out there barefooted. With a smile.
He got a goddamn syringe in his foot.
Yeah. So I don't look. It's situational, dude. I don't give a shit. She was a horned up. If Matt was feeling her, he felt her up. She got to see his his blind man stick.
Yeah, that's why they.
Yeah.
I got the.
JT,
That's what.
let the devil out in the green
Yeah.
chick. Had to calm her down. Had to calm her down.
Well, when he got that radar sense, he knows every inch of her.
He knows every inch of her on the inside and outside. You feeling me, boy? Your pulse just picked up 2 degrees, and if I touch right here, this is that spot, boy. He is in there like the Merovingian playing that green.
Man. Oh man, he was making her toes do gang signs.
Yeah. So I wasn't upset about that and thinking it ruins Daredevil. No, what did you just see in this Born Again? He had a whole psychiatrist sleeping over, damn near living in his house. He was banging her head shrinking ass out, and she couldn't stop from getting boned out by him.
And we need to do a list of characters who get more ass than toilet seats.
Shit.
In no
Dick
specific
Grayson
order. Dick
Murdoch.
Grayson. There's
Dick
a reason. There's a reason why they call him. There's a joke that he said to Starfire. Starfire was like, "So what's your name?" Richard Grayson, but my friends call me Dick. And she said, "How did you get Dick out of Richard?" Only if you ask nicely.
Only if you ask nicely. Exactly how it happens. And Starfire
Big,
one fan after that.
Big Grayson, boy. I had a new respect for Dick Grayson. I've been reading his comics for the years, and I was like, this dude plowed through so many women.
Reading Nightwing. And then what was that other one that he for a time he was being a secret agent? Grayson, just the Grayson book. Dick Grayson be turning it on, man. He be turning it on. Even fucking with Barber. Barber know him like, oh nigga. Dick. Like Dick be turning it on, man. Not only can he fight, but he can smooth the ladies. It's a problem. It's a problem when he show up. Somebody gonna get it in one way or the other. And that's fine.
Well, he's good with the cheat ups, fighting and fucking.
Fighting and fucking, man. He only do 2 things. Acrobatics is in between.
Oh yeah.
It works.
That was so funny, that scene of the Batman and Robin, where he was like, in all these lectures I got from Bruce when he talked about using protection.
There's one thing he did.
Well, yeah, that man's more protected than the Golden Fort Knox. He ain't gonna have no mishaps.
No, he ain't got no babies walking around all over the place. But he still understands what it means to be a human being. He ain't Batman. He's Dick Grayson. The Nightwing, the bird that flies at night, baby. Matt know how to treat the coups. Yeah, he does.
Another character, Wolverine. Wolverine gets around, man.
They can't help it though. Wolverine is like alpha male walking in with all the funk and musk on them and everything. They can't help but give it up. It's like I'm looking at that like damn that Genghis Khan showing up like this nigga about that life. Nigga, he even smell like dry blood. Oh my God.
He's like Rick James. He got an aura.
Yeah, he killed 4 people before he got here. Like
bitches, Logan, bitches.
Yeah,
enjoy yourself.
He feral. He got a healing factor. That means he can't stop. That means he can go raw and not catch anything. Oh my God. Oh, so do you have adamantium in every part of your body? Bruh, trust me.
There's only one way to find out.
One way to find out. Wolverine is not.
And then he's gonna smoke a cigar afterwards.
No shit. He is like masculinity turned up. That's why he's short. You got too much masculinity to be 7 foot tall.
I mean, who's another character? Believe it or not, back in the day, Clark Kent had a lot of girlfriends. It reminded me because I was reading the new book that came out about Superman. And I was like, oh yeah, this motherfucker fucked the mermaids.
Uh-oh. There's your tag team partner coming in here. Let's see how noisy the stream gets. What's good, Chaos?
How you doing, man?
All right. Oh, you good. You got no background noise. It's always Charles with the
I
background.
narrowed to have the background noise unless I'm on the road, possibly.
Yeah, that's Charles on the background.
Anyhow, so it came out this week, the Ironheart
Mhm.
series.
Yep.
And was it a disappointment like the She-Hulk?
I don't know. I haven't seen it, so don't spoil it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You can give your impressions on it, but don't spoil the show
I
because
mean, I could. Well, can I watch it? There's ways I could watch it, but I saw the
Yeah.
highlights. I saw.
you didn't watch it.
Nah, I did not watch it. I watched other movies. I really got come across. I don't know if I'm going to watch it. To be honest with you, I just don't
Why
feel
not?
the vibe. I just don't feel the vibe with this one, man.
You just don't feel the vibe.
And it's not because she is a black woman. It's like a Iron Man ripoff, and not a good way.
That's the surface level of it. I mean, the surface level of it is that she's an Iron Man ripoff, right?
Yeah.
But that goes back to the comic books of how they introduced the character in Iron Man comics, right? Tony Stark wasn't there. She's making her own armor. For me, I'm looking at it as another smart person made a technological suit.
Mhm.
She's not the only one in the universe that does that. So it's not that big of a fucking deal. If she was out there calling herself Iron Man, it would be a problem. But this is the MCU, not the comic book. So we understand the position in the cinematic universe she's going to have to live up to, which is be Iron Man, but not Iron Man. The same way that Falcon is Captain America now, but he's still looked at as a lesser version of the original Captain America. That's just what
Correct.
it is,
Mhm.
cinematically. Not that Falcon ain't a cool character and they don't like him. They just don't like him as Captain America.
Okay.
They've had one already. So
And it's kind of funny because I finally seen that damn movie too. And I was like, the movie wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad as people made it out. And I mean, this is where you got to get off the Reddit shit and watch it for your own. Like right now, I am thoroughly enjoying Ironheart because it's more relatable than most of their shows, even though the greatest show they ever had. To me, it's tied with Loki and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But you know, but why were those shows? Why were those shows so great? It's because you saw the character development.
Yep.
You saw the worry on Sam's face of taking up the mantle. He didn't think he was worthy.
No, wasn't sure he wanted to do that shit.
And then when he tried to give it to Bucky, he's like, you really think he's like, dude, no. I got sins to attend for.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. If you listen to most mainstream geeks, Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Loki were the shittiest shows. Most mainstream reviewers think that's the given line. That's the corporate line that those shows were shit. The only reason they say those shows were shit because they actually had some black folks in it. Loki was awesome. It was an awesome show. You didn't know what it was until you finally got it, and that he's dealing with different time streams. It took a swerve with the introduction of Sylvie and the female Loki, but it was still a good show. It set up Jonathan Majors to show He Who Remains and the Kang stuff, which was still cool. It's just the second season kind of screwed that because, you know, Jonathan Majors shit. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which I watched, I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed that show. It gave me a lot with John Walker, with Bucky, with Sam. All that stuff was pretty much good, but they hang their hat on the one thing why the show sucked, which was the ginger flag smasher and Sam Wilson telling the senators that they got to do better and stop calling these people terrorists. It don't matter what the fuck you call them. They was mad that you let them move into a place, and then when these people start blipping back, you push them out. They were pissed. And yes, they were carrying out terrorist acts, making themselves into super soldiers. Call them whatever the fuck you want to. Listen to their complaints because they got valid ones. Plain and simple. And yes, you as the Americans or you as the senators who push for this shit, you do have to do better. And I don't have a problem with telling government you have to do better. Now, the thing I can complain about is Sam looked absolutely fucking stupid with that white foreskin cow piece on his fucking head. That shit looked ridiculous. And I said
Thank God they changed that in the movie.
I was so glad they changed that shit in the movie. I said, oh, thank God they got rid of that fucking penis skin that was on his head. That was stupid. It looks good in a comic book. It is shit in practicality. Like that yuck. This is why we go through redesigns. Like that shit did not work. But other than that, I thought it was a good show.
One thing I liked about the movie, they showed him as his own. He's not Steve Rogers, which I love. He didn't try to be.
No.
They didn't need to be. You know what a goddamn PJ is? They pretty much are super soldiers. That's the Air Force Special Forces. Mm-hmm. They have the longest training of 2 years in the military for the Special Forces unit. Yeah. He was Captain America without a goddamn. So you got to think about it. When he was working with the Navy SEALs and all these other special operations, did you notice the high respect they gave him?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice how well they work together?
Yes.
That's how Captain America, regardless of who has the title, should be.
Yes.
Because it makes military sense. He's a military officer.
Military man.
He's supposed to command that type of respect.
Oh, we like the other guy better? No. And I like that was in the movie that way, that they show regular military members actually giving him some respect. Because that's not what the fan base wanted to give him at all.
Yeah, especially when he was at the bar.
2 minutes ago, being Falcon, you was fine with him. Yeah, he's cool and stuff. As soon as he got the shield, oh no, I don't know about that shit. I don't know, man. Why not?
Yeah, especially when he was at the bar. What was the most realistic part was when he was at the bar and he was getting a drink and he was going to pay for it. He says, "Your money no good here, cat."
Yeah, he is what it is. The only other thing that I didn't like out of that is that they turned around and made John Walker like an idiot. That's not who John Walker was, ever. And that was in the Thunderbolts movie. That's not who John Walker was. John Walker was some of that best of the best, sir bullshit. Before, they gave him the shield and wheeled him out there on the Captain Winter Soldier show to show that this is the person that the government wants to be the new Captain America. He didn't go crazy. He went fucking, vengeful. He's a soldier after all. He is just as much a soldier, if not more so, as Steve ever was and as Sam was and Bucky. He should not be an idiot. He should not be played as an idiot. I don't give a shit that he's white. The only people that care the fact that he's white is the people sitting in these rooms making the decisions on these shows. That's apparently a bunch of women. Fan base does it.
He should be the equivalent of Delta Force. How many idiots are in Delta Force? Go look it up.
This is what I like seeing, right? After the Thunderbolts movie came out and the complaints were coming out about how John Walker was played, people started actually going back and watching that Falcon and Winter Soldier show because they didn't want to because, it's a black dude. He's not Captain America, right? Now they had to go back and actually look through the show to pull out these shorts and have these talking points on who John Walker was. John Walker was never a dummy. Never a dummy. He had a problem trying to live up to Steve's fucking legend because he's not in World War II. But all the stuff that he did do, that motherfucker was seasoned like good steak. John Walker was seasoned and he was not a dummy. So him killing that one dude on camera might have been an issue, but it shouldn't have resulted in how he got stripped. But that's the problem when government and political figures give you positions. They doing it for fan support. They can pull that shit from you for the same reasons too. And that was the whole point of Cap was talking about during the Sokovia Accords and during Civil War. What if we want to go somewhere? Maybe we don't need no oversight from them because maybe we want to go somewhere they don't want us to go. Maybe we should stand up, and they want us to stand down. That's the problem with politics involved in that superheroing. If you get somebody like that to mandating you, to giving you your position, and you not having your position because you stepped up and took it, then they control it. And they toss John Walker's ass away like, you know, the poll numbers say that you 15%, John, you got to go. Sorry, we need the shield back.
Basically, they treat him like a disabled vet.
Basically, threw his ass away like he never mattered at all. I'm like, bro, that's fucked up. That is way fucked up. And then made Bucky a senator. No, excuse me, a congressman. Like, how? Wait. The actual decorated American soldier that you made Captain America and stripped of the Captain America title and all his honors and benefits and shit like that, which is absolutely egregious. For killing one dude on camera, you took his whole military history away from him and the stuff that he's earned. And then this dude who was a captured military soldier in World War II, captured, experimented on, turned into a weapon for the enemy, killing other Americans, got to be a goddamn congressman? Bro, I still can't wrap my head around that shit. Still.
Well, here's the craziness about it. Like, you see what you know what the subliminal messaging was? Is that most military personnel are idiots.
Yeah.
And you got to think, one chick I'm talking to, she's a naval officer.
Mm-hmm.
She is preparing for the masters.
You cut out for half a second, Charles, when you said she.
She says I'm still in for 14 years because they're paying for my masters.
These can be some very educated people. If you play in a military game right, they can be some really educated people. Otherwise, they can be some dumbasses. But that's based on you, what you put into this shit, what you want to get out of it. If you don't want to get any schooling, you'll come in, you'll go out the same way you came in. Just a little bit more trained in some one area or another. That's it.
So that's the one thing. In order to be an officer, you need a 4-year degree. To be a warrant officer, you need a 4-year degree. So
that's what people understand about the military. They think it's just all shooting and shit. No, you actually have to get some training on a lot of this stuff.
You have to have high skill training, even the NCOs. You got to think about it. The highest ranking people probably have multiple masters or doctorates.
Why is there such thing as a GI Bill?
For education.
It's not for basket weaving.
It's for significant education. Guess what I used when I was doing training?
Or
when
theater.
I was doing training in Colorado. Guess what I used?
The GI Bill for actual training and something that was actually useful. That's usually what they do. But most people have this understanding. I would say millennials especially have this understanding of, well, some part of you millennials, y'all know which ones you are. Part of you millennials have this thing that the military is just gun carrying dumbasses. That they just take poor people from these small towns in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and give them training and stuff and send them out there to get killed. That's the literal line about what the military is. And you vote for these people to be in charge of folks like that.
But they never talk about how the military actually saved people's lives and put them in they literally came from the projects. And they went up to upper middle class people.
Every day. It's a door. For me, the military is nothing but a door to other opportunities for you in life. Especially you got that background chaos because you listen to the stream. Especially if you're from some poor area, some shit town somewhere. That is your way out of that shit town. Without getting a bitch pregnant, without getting pregnant to get on public assistance to get a house. That is your way the fuck out of there.
The military is the gateway to everything.
Exactly.
That's why they ignored the Great Faulkner Initiative when it was out 6 years ago.
Yeah,
now it's probably someone else is probably using the manuscript for other things. You know how it is.
Well, because mamas don't want their babies going off to possibly be hurt. More than that, they don't want to have you in a position of being someone you have to respect.
And let's tell her what it really is. They don't want you to be in a position where you outrank her.
Exactly.
Because boys are supposed to outrank their mothers.
Yep. They never want you can never go over major mom.
Yeah. And the craziest part about it is like when I look at these superhero shows, and this is the part where I always say there's a rift between the 80s millennials and the 90s millennials, a deep rift, because we didn't get participation trophies. Even if you were on the, like, let's say the wrestling team, you didn't get your team award unless you finished the season. You didn't get one if you quit.
Yeah. See, and thank you for actually putting that dividing line in there, because I've told you for years there's a dividing line within you millennials groups, and I don't know exactly where it is. But some of you really get it, and some of you really don't. Right? And you just actually made the dividing line because you in that group, and you like 80 millennials and 90 millennials. Perfect.
It's a clear distinction.
It's a clear distinction. That's all I need.
because you got to think, I'm born in 82. I don't. Why do you think you're only like 10 years older or close to it?
Yeah.
Why do you think I relate more to you than kids in their late 20s and early 30s?
Right.
Because we went through very similar shit. Like we went through that. You're gonna be in your house by yourself with a key, catching a bus with a bus pass. Don't answer the damn phone. Don't answer the door.
Yep.
Heat up the stove to this point. Food on the thing, or microwave it. Don't touch shit. Don't touch shit else, and do your homework.
And that's why when I hear stuff like, "Hey, when 9/11 happened, I was in basic," I give you a lot of more respect for that, not because I'm your elder, because I know you were already in the process of going out there. You were already in the process of going out there. I have some respect for that. I didn't look at you and say, "Oh, you was just signing up to be a baby killer." The fuck? What is that shit? I'm throwing that at nobody.
And to put it in retrospect, this is how young I signed up for the military. When 9/11 happened, I was already in 2 years in the Army.
Well, yeah, you was already there. You was already in it. So you seeing something happen, and it's not like, "Oh, this is my call to action." No, you already heard the call to action. You understood, "Oh, I'm about to get orders soon."
That's my friends laugh about it to this day. I was packing my duffel bag.
Yeah, you was already
like, where we going? I was like, I don't know where we going, but we're gonna be going.
Yeah, it just got real. Let's throw this shit away. Let's clean out the refrigerator because we about to be gone. We about to go, homie. It's time to go. Pack it up. So yeah, you were in a whole different process than just seeing some stuff and, "Oh, I was living through the 9/11 years and it was so tough," or whatever. So did you enlist? Were you over there? No. Okay, it was tough in a different way, I guess. It was tough in a different way.
I'll put it to you this way, right? Like the chick I told you I was talking to last night, who was a naval officer, when she got deployed, she got deployed to Afghanistan for 8 months. I went to Iraq for 18 months. She said, "Good God."
Yeah. Yeah.
She literally asked me what I do over there, and I sent her a synopsis. She was like, "Good God." And it was like one of my godsons came to my room. And I was like, "You want to know what I did in Iraq? Here's the paperwork." And he read it. He said the first six months you had 354 missions. What the hell?
That's a daily. It was a daily.
So that means we averaged about 4 to 5 missions a day.
Yeah. So understanding that in that concept, it would be, as a civilian, it would be highly disrespectful for me to think every person going out there and dealing with something like that is a fucking idiot with a machine gun. That'd be highly disrespectful. Not to think that any one of those missions could have been your last for a huge swath of people, not just the one person sitting on this panel that we know of. A lot of them. That's hella disrespectful. And to me, it almost gets no higher than that, right? If I'm just saying, it's just highly disrespectful to me. And I'm from a military family who's been in several branches of the military. Just don't think all of them are idiots. If every person walking the street is not an idiot, every person that's enlisted in the military is not an idiot. Just like every cop is not an idiot. There's smart ones there. It's just you just tend to run into the assholes a lot more. That's what happens in any organization. Blood Boylan said, I have watched and read fan rewrites of Captain America 4 that was better than the movie. It had flaws in the movie, but you understand how the movie was hacked because they didn't have an idea. They had an idea, then they scrapped it and went to some other things that they wanted to do because they tried to inject their political dissent with Orange Man Bad, and then they tried to take that shit out of there. That's the problem that they had. Your agenda was overdoing the script. And then when the tide changed, and that was not in fashion to just be talking about the president like that, because now he was going to be your president again, they had to go back and rewrite that shit because they didn't want to get smacked across the face. Because you know he petty. He a New Yorker, nigga. He'll come for his pound. He'll come for his pound. He'll say something in a press conference. He will call you out by name. It's look, you can hate that shit all you want to, but your president be able to sit up there and possibly say some shit like this would not be surprising at all. And what the fuck you gonna do about it? Be mad? Be mad. Be mad. Take it with you. Pack it up. Take it home with you. Lay in the bed with it. Yo, upset and angry. It's doing nothing for nobody else in their life. Falcon and the Winter Soldier was poorly executed. It was a good idea, but screwed up on execution. You'd have to explain what you mean by that, because I didn't think it was that at all. I thought it was fun. You actually got to understanding how Bucky and Sam relate to each other, where Bucky is in this process of trying to get some help for his mental issues based on his brainwashing and shit like that, but also understanding he didn't want that goddamn shield. He had enough other demons he was dealing with to be carrying that shield. Sam was probably the better choice at that time because he was not there to be doing that. He wasn't ready to be doing that kind of shit. Now, it pissed off all the white boys because it went to Sam first before Bucky, but it went to Bucky first in the comics, nigga. Cinematic universe, they mix and match, they switch it up. It went to Sam first. It's just what it is. Stop being upset. You still got it in its original form. And in its original form, it didn't even last that long. So shut up. What are you upset about? It always goes back to the main guy. What I found odd is that Sam was a former counselor for veterans before he became the Falcon. Why didn't they talk to Walker after crashed out from seeing Lamar Battlestar get killed by Carly? He did try to talk to Sam. I mean, he did try to talk to John. That was the whole point. When they cornered him in that little train yard, that's what it was. Like, man, you got to give up the shield. You got to you can't. You just killed a guy. It's a dude's blood on that fucking thing. Do you understand what the hell you just did? No, you can't stand for that as Captain America, dude. I mean, it's okay if you kill the villains, but you got to do that shit off camera. Because trust me, Captain America Steve Rogers wasn't running out there with just a shield, not a 45 on his hip. Those don't shoot rubber bullets.
Boy, he was banging in 1911.
He was banging in WW2, man.
45. He was making that Colt 45. Makes you good feel all the time.
Like, trust and believe, that motherfucker was seasoned. He was stomped down for his hood. And his hood was New York, the United States, and New York. Okay, he was putting in work for his hood.
I thought when he kicked in the door, he was out of Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. He had the Timbs on with the shield in a 4-5. Look, kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. All they said was, "Cap, don't hit me no more." So make no mistake about it. Sam was trying to talk him down the whole time. And that's Sam's main thing. That's why I didn't have a problem with Sam trying to talk to Ross in Cap 4. That's what Sam does. He deals in veterans affairs, veterans with trauma and shit like that, lost limbs and stuff. That's what Sam does. He's a counselor. He's gonna talk to some people. He'll get to the fighting part, but he's gonna try to talk to them. I'm fine with that. He's not sitting there. Seems to work on some form of electricity, which means Cap is fucking dumb. Steve Rogers is kind of dumb for the world that he's in right now, and all he has is his fighting. They didn't even give him the art. Didn't even give him the art of him being an artist. They didn't even give him that in the MCU. So all he got is he looked nice, he got the jab, and he can fight. Okay. Fine. You want to reduce him? Reduce him.
I mean, he got his COVID shot. He got stronger, faster, and smarter, and better looking. I got my COVID shot. I was down for 2 weeks.
Yeah. What up, Dr. T? You didn't miss the Ironheart talk. I talked around it because I hadn't watched it. I'm going to watch it right after this stream. I'm going to do a closed stream and watch it if people want to come in and watch it with me. I'm going to watch it.
I gave probably a good synopsis of it without giving up the story.
Yes. Charles did actually a good job of piquing my interest without ruining the story for me. So he made me a little bit more interested to like, oh, I want to see this, how it develops. So you didn't miss anything really.
I'll just say this, Dr. T, she's not a Mary Sue.
Yeah, which I would like, which is why most major reviewers hated it.
Yeah, because
Hawkeye show. I like the Hawkeye show because Kate Bishop took a bump. Look at, she wasn't Mary Sued in there. She was actually getting her ass kicked most of the show. She got better, but she was fucking up most of the show, and that worked for me. It worked for me. That's how you make a Mary Sue more interesting to the masses. They gotta fail. It's helpful. Like we said at the time, we probably shouldn't have been telling the MCU this because they listen to people's streams, as you found out. Stop giving them tips to fix it. No, they should be picking up some tips to fix it. You're welcome. Make them take some bumps. Make them struggle. Because the reason we hate Captain Marvel, because she is the no-struggle hero. The reason we hate Rey Skywalker, she is the no-struggle hero and bestest ever at everything above everybody else who has been training for this shit to do it for decades. She show up day one and it's just outpacing people. Bullshit. Nobody likes that. No one. Yeah, you want to see yourself represented. Awesome. You are not represented at the top just because you showed up. What kind of participation trophy, everybody is awesome bullshit is that? No, there's hierarchies in all of this shit, just like there is in your corporation. You do not sit at the top. There's somebody sits above you.
And by the way, another good thing about the Hawkeye show? Hawkeye show showed a very dangerous man with a disability whooping ass, even without the bow.
Yeah, partially deaf. He was still a problem. What he was telling you, the man that he didn't want to be anymore.
And he didn't even need a bow. The bow was the good guy.
Yeah, never needed a bow. The bow was the handicap for you. At least you couldn't hear it coming. Shit, he put down the bow. It was a problem. Like, you know what? I'm just going to take this shit off. Put this right here. And I'm going to get to these hands and these swords and shit. Like, what? I thought you just used a bow. Oh, no. No, I use a bow for range. I'm going to get up close and personal on your ass. Yikes. Makes you understand Hawkeye is not somebody to be fucking with.
You took away his family. You took away his reasoning.
Took away his family. That motherfucker went Punisher without the guns. He went Punisher without the guns, which should be a rule of thumb. Leave a man's family alone. Leave a man's family alone. Just saying. Especially them highly trained motherfuckers. If you like the movie Taken, why did he have a particular set of skills? And why was in 24 hours he was in another country beating the shit out of dudes there about his baby girl? Leave a man and his family alone. Because your mama wouldn't have been doing all that shit. Just saying. Just saying.
I really do like the fact that, and it's kind of funny because I wonder if they actually will take the keynotes from some of these shows that are highly acclaimed and notice that, okay, we like our heroes to fail a little bit. We like them to fall because the triumph was that much higher.
To me, they're sort of learning that slowly. You're seeing it peppered in there. The fact that this show has, from what you're saying, has some of that in it shows that they're learning that lesson. Hawkeye was a step in the right direction. They saw that. The next show out of the gate would have been this one. You're seeing it a little bit more. You didn't see it in the Echo show because the Echo show, as far as I know, was like kind of fast track, so it came right after the Hawkeye show. But you didn't see her struggling any, really. I mean, she fucked around and developed some powers and totally fixed the Kingpin and ruined him. Like, how does that work? Huh? Oh, shit. So you see it sprinkled in there. It's getting there, just like the rollback on all this forced female stuff all over the place is a slow rollback. You're seeing it, but it just takes time. I'm of the mind that I'm impatient because I'm getting older. I can be very patient. I'm just getting a little impatient for some of this other stuff because I've been watching it so long. Before there was an MCU, I've been watching it. So me, since I'm getting up there in age, it's like I might not live to see you get it the fuck right. So get it right now. I'm just impatient like that. Like I want to see it.
Yeah, straight facts. Because I'm like, I'm looking at things, and even with the Superman movie coming out, and I'm seeing clips, and I'm just seeing some things that are like, and you know me, I'm a lifelong Superman fan. I'm like, there's some things that are just so out of character for him. But and I know it's just a commercial, it's just a clip, but it's like some things are just out of character. Superman would never leave crypto for a long, extended period of time by himself. He'll never do that.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why the Superman movie, I told you that you are one of the primary people I want to listen to tell me what they thought about this Superman movie, because you're in the bag for Superman. That's just what it is. I just know that about you over all these goddamn years. Angry Man has Batman. You have Superman. That is your dude. That is your character. That is your dude. And that's fine.
There are some things that I'm just finding.
They're going to have to do good for you. Because that's the person you're trying to sell this movie to. Fuck them people that don't know nothing about Superman. And as long as somebody's in a colorful suit with a cape on, you happy. No. That dude who's a fan, Charles, you got to speak to him. If he don't like your movie is shit, sir.
especially being a fan of his for 40 years.
Yes. No. You
40
got to
years.
get
almost half a century of reading this motherfucker's books. Some of the first books I read were Superman books. So if you're telling me that Superman is an understanding person, he's going to get angry when the time's right. Would he do that to Luthor? Yeah. I'll say that's a little bit right with him kidnapping or doing whatever with crypto. That's more in character, more in line, because you don't fuck with a man's dog. You don't fuck with his pets. You don't fuck with his kids.
See, John Wick.
John Wick raised hell over that damn
How
dog.
many people had to die about fucking with a bear's dog? Well, you don't know what that dog means to him. I don't want to see you falling.
And it's like, it's one of the. It's for him. It's probably one of the few things that he'll ever get a Krypton is that dog. And I think that was more in line with his character, but the questioning from Lois Lane, I was like, yeah.
So somebody like Dr. T, he said he's looking forward to Gunn Superman. I'm gonna watch it. I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it necessarily because the James Gunn thing is in effect where there's more people in this movie than fucking Superman. The same thing I was saying about Spider-Man. I want to see a Spider-Man movie, not a cameo movie. I want to see James Gunn's Superman movie, even though a solo hero movie is not what he does.
He can't do a solo. The solo movie sucks.
Do a solo movie.
He can't do a solo movie. That's why they gave him
somebody else in it. So in that rate, okay, let me see how you represent Mr. Terrific.
because the Arrowverse made him gay and all this other shit. I mean,
We ain't talking about that shit.
I
Mr.
mean,
Terrific ain't never-
they made him a coward and gay, and I'm like, dude, Mr. Terrific is that dude.
That dude, for real. If y'all don't know about Mr. Terrific, go Google him. Go Google Mr. Terrific and see how many PhDs, how astute mentally he is, how astute physically.
How many PhDs? How many Olympic gold medals? How many
Olympic
world
gold medals.
championships?
What?
How many? He can't even. Technology can't even. You could have all the cameras in the world, and if he doesn't want to be, they can't detect him.
Yeah.
Cyborg can't detect him if he doesn't.
He is,
If he doesn't want.
outside the machine.
Yeah, if Cyborg can't even detect him if he wanted to.
No, that motherfucker too brilliant.
The only reason they beat Brother Eye in Infinite Crisis was because of Mr. Terrific. Because he couldn't be viewed by technology.
Yeah. Don't sleep on him. Don't sleep on him. And yeah, Christopher Reeves is my Superman. Yeah. Even knowing about George Reeves and being able to watch some of those older shows, Christopher Reeves is my Superman. Our generation, Gen X Superman, is Christopher Reeves. Maybe the millennials, if y'all ever watch Smallville, your Clark might be Tom Welling.
Yeah. Well,
Dean Cain is Superman though. Dean Cain is Superman.
my heart is for Chris Reeves. I love Dean Cain because he literally fleshed Superman and Clark out more.
Yep.
I think the modern adaptation of Superman was Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Henry Cavill was the standard for the modern adaptation because I don't think of a Superman who comes to Earth. And think about it. The perfect scene of how he really thinks of humanity is like when he was talking to his father when he was a kid, and he grabbed that rebar, and he was like, "I wanted to hit him so bad." And he's like, "Why should I let myself go for a bunch of people that bully me?"
Mm-hmm.
And then when you look at the movies, you started to see the growth of becoming the quintessential Superman.
Yeah. That's what I like. At least for this modern audience, the backlash about Henry Cavill being, fired and let go from DC proves to you that this is that generation Superman. That's what it is. So people have come along afterwards, like I'm gonna mess up his name again. I just had it on the tip of my tongue and I messed it up again. The Superman and Lois show. That dude that played
Dean Cain.
Not Dean Cain, but was it Superman and Lois or the
Oh,
recent?
You're talking about the more recent. Oh man, he played a damn good Superman.
Yeah, he played a good Superman. I was enjoying that show. I was enjoying the hell out of that show and his Superman. And I never really watched Supergirl. Didn't.
That ending, the season for the series finale will make you cry.
The season finale make you cry. Rainfire, I didn't need to see a meme comparison of Nuclear Man in the Century costumes because I went and watched the movie and I said that in my review, my reaction to the movie. He fucking Century looked like Nuclear Man, came down the stairs and everything. That was ripped right from the Superman movies. So I don't need to see somebody else's meme taking some shit that I already fucking said. I don't need to look at that. I do my own thinking.
And that's another thing. I'm glad you mentioned that from ripping off. For a guy who wanted to start fresh and new, we sure used a lot of cutscenes from Man of Steel.
A lot of cutscenes, a lot of stolen shit. They had a scene from Brightburn and that shit. That's what I said when Century first flew. I'm like, oh, this is Bob. So he's basically, Brightburn. That's what he's doing right now. About to get hit by a plane. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was. And some people think that movie was awesome. I'm like, no, it wasn't.
Basically, it was Marvel's Suicide Squad.
Well, JT pointed it out. It's the same story. Story-wise, if you look through the movie and find the story, it's the same story of David Ayer's Suicide Squad. It is the same story. Exactly. So it's a copy and paste. And then for visuals, they took visuals from other movies, copy and paste. And what made that awesome? Copy and pasting. Mind you, I just sat in a meeting this week with a bunch of senior people in a company. And their main claim to fame that they thought they really did something in that 2 days was copy and paste from another document into one. I was shocked. I'm really happy with what we produced. I'm not. This ain't nothing. You just rearrange somebody else's words into your own document. This is systemic. Tyler Hoechlin, thank you. Yeah, Tyler Hoechlin's Superman and Lois. I like a Superman. I do.
Well, I think that was another. That was another quintessential because you saw Superman as a relatable parent.
Back home could function as a sequel to Smallville, right? He's back home. He's being a parent. That's more interesting to me. Dealing with children, right? I like that Superman. That Superman was more interesting to me. Corn Sweat could possibly do a good job, but from what I've seen from the trailers I've watched, that Superman seems problematic, man. If that's your generation's version of Superman, that motherfucker is going to be less super and a little less man. And he's supposed to have been doing this for a little bit. Yikes. That motherfucker seemed unhinged. And not in the cool, he going to have a dark side way. No. He's going to see that motherfucker is really emo and emotional. And not the cool way. So, I guess we'll see what we see. I like James Gunn. I do. I like what he brings to movies. I'd be really interested. I am really interested to watch season 2 of Peacemaker. I am. I'm looking forward to it. But for a Superman movie, I wanted to see it be about Superman. And it doesn't look like it's about Superman too much. And the Superman I am getting, the parts of it that it is about, is competing between the dog and loving on Lois. Where's the Superman part? He couldn't deal with an interview with his girlfriend, a mock interview with his girlfriend, without losing his shit and his voice raising and stuff. That is not a masculine frame, homie. It is not. That's not a masculine frame. Not for the most powerful man in that universe. No, that's problematic. What up, Chaos? You figured it out?
Yeah, no, I had to step away from that. I'm back. Question: wasn't Superman supposed to come out the 25th of July? They pushed it back to the 8th. I wonder because of the Fantastic Four is come out on the 25th. That's why they bumped it up.
They're trying to give the two movies some breathing room. So Fantastic Four is
July 25th.
Yeah, and then Superman got bumped
July
back.
the 8th.
That's fine. Yeah, so fine. It gives them some space in between each other. They're closer. They're both happening in July. So I don't have a problem with that. Look, movies, especially movies laden with special effects, can get bumped back often because maybe this shit is not done. You just had Captain America 4. It was bumped a bunch of times, and then they still did reshoots and put these special effects scene in there that look like garbage in a finished film. Like, Jesus Christ.
But
look, you could have waited another couple of months before you put this on the screen. This looks ass.
But then they already invested almost close to $500 million in.
It don't matter. It don't matter. How much money did they invest in that shitty ass Flash movie? I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to talk about the Flash. The Flash should have.
We don't have to. We don't have to. I'm just saying. If it comes down to how much money you lose, if it comes down to how much money you have invested in this thing for it to work, Flash still didn't work.
I think they waited too long with the Flash, in my opinion. I think they waited too long.
It was just too much shit with the actor, with Ezra Miller. They
Yeah,
kept putting that shit off to try to let the heat die down so they can still try to sell this goddamn movie. Didn't matter.
But you know, it's funny. and I don't want to go by race right now, but we're gonna go there. Is if this is a black man and they had the same issue, I don't think they would have posted the movie at all. But because it's him, they said we gotta clean up his image, and no said that's not possible.
It's not possible. It was not possible.
He put himself out there. You better off just saying, all right, we're gonna go on schedule and just take the L. And they didn't do that. They wait for the right time to say, okay, no one's really watched any other good movies this month. We'll put it there. And you see it flopped. You wait too long. You concerned about the image. You can't control that. These actors you pay, you hope they will keep a squeaky clean image, artisan. But we all know life happens, and some actors who you select are going to be those problematic. They don't think that the long-term effects that I gotta sell you, dummy. You out here throwing chairs, doing all that stuff. I can't market you because we're a kid film. We're a kid producing studio.
Need to be
How
careful.
does it you doing all this? But you see, they didn't get away with it at the times. We can't as men. Right now, I heard stories on my phone talking about they're trying to bring back Jonathan Majors. I'm not sure why that is.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they're gonna bring back just to kill his character. I hope they don't kill the character because the king
They're
is
killing the character off. They're going to kill the character off. They have
and
to.
that's gonna be stupid.
It
They
is
might
stupid.
they might just scrap it. And that's it.
That's killing the character off is scrapping it, but you have to have an in-universe reason why you're killing the character off. That's the whole point.
Well, I'm
But-
hoping with this Marvel after the Doomsday and all that that they really reset the universe where it's supposed to be with these new characters now that they bought a few years ago. I think that's what they're going with. We're going to restart the universe now with this timeline, and it's going to bring in new characters with it. So now it adds into Marvel universe, and it's still got a long way to go because they don't got all their catalog. Spider-Man is still owned by Sony, and some other characters owned by Sony. So you only got what, 65, maybe 7% of your catalog back.
No, they have most. They have all but Spider-Man back. Well, Spider-Man and Hulk.
Remember, there's Morbius, there's Venom. I don't think Disney.
That shit doesn't matter though. That's all attached to Spider-Man and the Sony stuff. But Spider-Man and his universe of characters and the Hulk and his universe of characters, which is Universal. As far as my understanding is that there was a Universal sharing deal in place.
They said they bought back the Hulk.
The Hulk has never left. They just can't do any solo movies with the Hulk because Universal ain't came to the table with them to try to work out a sharing deal. So that you can throw Hulk in a bunch of stuff. He can be in a bunch of other people's shows. He cannot have his own solo movie.
Like it was 17 years ago. So we got to wait like another couple years for that. Because they said it's supposed to bring in World War Hulk. I don't know how that's going to play out because now that's another
Because they want to do World War Hulk, but they have to do it in a way that it's not the Hulk solo movie, but they can still do it. That's what they're figuring out because they don't have a sharing deal with Universal like that. Sony, they have a sharing deal in place with Spider-Man, but Sony gets to use the rest of the Spider-Man catalog that they bought. They own it. They can make whatever fucking movie they want to. But they have, since that Madam Web stuff, they have said they have shut down doing any of those superhero movies, that they're not doing any of those.
Because of Madam Web?
I don't know.
Because of Madam Web.
Chaos, you can't talk through me while I'm on my own show.
Sorry.
I don't know if that means that they have a new deal in place with Marvel to use those characters, but from what Sony has said, they are not doing the superhero movie stuff no more. Not building out their universe the way they were. That's why Venom stopped. Madam Web ain't going no further, which they could have fixed it with another movie. Morbius ain't going no further.
Yeah, Morbius.
Craven ain't going no further.
Craven, I don't know about Craven.
That's all put to bed. That's all done for them. So I don't know if that means that they're working something out with Marvel so they can bring those characters in and use them correctly or what. I don't know. But it's based on their sharing deal with Spider-Man, how they use that shit.
Wow, that's crazy.
So that's the only two. Other than that, 98% of their characters they have.
Okay,
98%
well,
of them is all there.
I mean, I could work with 90. I still would like to work with 100%, but we'll take 90 for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than what you had.
I mean, a lot of people were hopefully in the near year 2 or 3 that they will come out with a live action Miles Morales movie. Because this was to finish off this Spideyverse next year. I think it's supposed to come out next year.
The animated version.
The third version. And after that, they're gonna figure out what they're gonna do from there because I'm going to look at how much hits they got off these movies from Craven to all and how much money they really lost. I don't think they really made back. They might have made something. I think they made like above what they supposed to expect with these movies,
Well,
especially Morbius. I heard about
projections,
Morbius.
projections are always weird to me because you're projecting interest based on certain criteria being filled out, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But when the movie actually hits, one of the things they're not taking into account nowadays is how much influence YouTube influencers have on people going to see these fucking movies or not. Now, they may see it in one sense to where, okay, if we give these motherfuckers goodie bags and shit like that to give us favorable reviews, their audience will come and see our movies as well. But they're not understanding the fact that you could have a decent movie. You could, but it could be totally killed based on internet traffic about what they think the movie should be if enough people want to listen to that shit. It can be totally killed. Your movie can be totally ruined before it even shows up to the theater.
But
it can be finished. And what the fuck your lead actor has to say in media. They need to shut up.
yeah, I find it very odd that a lot of these lead actors are opening mouths while the movie has not been released or during release, that they should keep quiet for the first month, maybe 2, and let it make us money before you start saying something. I don't know why they open mouth. I think one time they complained about one time the guy who played Captain America, what's his name?
Anthony
Mackie about masculine, and there was some other things about the essence of Captain
Yeah,
America.
the Pivot podcast interview that he did. And that was before the movie broke. But the reason they seized on that so much, because the only outcry against Anthony Mackie playing Captain America before that and all that time leading up to that movie was mostly just about his race, about Sam Wilson as a character not having the super soldier serum and replacing Steve Rogers, even though they just watched Endgame, which they say they loved, and apparently they didn't sit to the end where old Steve Rogers gave Sam the shield personally.
Yeah,
it wasn't Congress, it wasn't no senators, it wasn't no politicians. Steve Rogers himself held the shield all those years till he got old to sit at that moment to know he was going to be back at that moment in time, and gave Sam the shield himself. So obviously he thought about it for a fucking while. Yeah, you don't want to listen to that shit. You just want to have an issue about Sam. So there was no negativity about Mackie or anything like that until they found that interview right before the movie dropped. And they want to make a big deal out of it because he talked about masculinity. Oh my God, a man talking about masculinity. Imagine that.
And I forgot before the masculine, he was talking about the essence and importance of Captain America. That is more than just the race.
It wasn't the race. It was more than just being American. It was more than just being.
That I think that was the one that got
the thing that they grabbed. That's what the white boys grabbed onto and said, "See, he's anti-American."
That was the one that really killed it when he talked about it, and that's why I agree with Arson that like even a woman that plays Snow White, she won't shut the hell up. No, and everybody would complain about the race.
No, yeah. She wouldn't shut up. If they really wanted to paint the narrative of, at least for Snow White's case, if they really wanted to paint the narrative that people was just being racist and hating that movie, the best thing that could have ever happened is that interview not happening with that woman and her doubling down or tripling down or saying anything else. Yeah. That would have been the best thing, because then it would have really just been about what it was always about. You pick this Latina chick to replace a white woman in Snow White. She brown skinned. She not white.
Yeah.
Same thing it was with Fan Four Stick outside of the kind of a terrible script and a shitty way they made Dr. Doom look. White boy Johnny Storm can't be a black dude. Not the ladies' man Johnny Storm. He can't be a black dude, even though Black Storm sound cool as fuck. Really metal. No, they can't have that. You have to have, you can't throw away white boys' needs and desires, right? That's why I don't think a black Superman movie would ever fucking work. You can't throw that away. If you made Thor black, you'll see people walk away from the Thor character. And it will mostly be the white boys who actually idolize that character and identify with that character. I'm not for throwing that away for them. I'm not. There's more other black characters out there where you don't have to turn people some different nationality.
Race swapping. What do they call it? Race swapping? I heard rumor. You might have heard about this years back when the last X movie came out. They said when they were going to redo X-Men, they were going to do the race swap thing. And I said, that's not going to work. Because throughout history, throughout the comic books, the characters of X-Men are the races they are. If you race swap it, you're going to, regardless that the inspiration was taken from Malcolm X and Martin Luther King.
wasn't.
You cannot race swap it. You cannot put and say Denzel should play Magneto. No, that will not work. I'm
I
sorry.
would say this: Bryan Singer was the one who introduced that idealism that Xavier and Magneto was taken from Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. That was Bryan Singer's introduction to making the X-Men film. Stan Lee said that was never a concern of his when he made the characters, and that's from Stan.
Yeah,
That's from Stan.
Stan and Jack.
But he did
Jack
make
Kirby.
the characters in a way that you understood that there were analogy of racial divides in the country. He did make it that way. But Magneto and Xavier were never Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. That was Bryan Singer's introduction into that shit. And people keep repeating that shit since 2000. Like that was gospel. That was never the case. Yes, you understood the mutants were like minorities, but that's the way they were designed so you could see yourself in them. That's why the first group that was all white folks didn't work so well. And then when they got to the giant size and they started introducing the Canadians and the Russians and the black folks and the Germans and shit like that, it got more flavor and it got a lot better.
What year was that?
I don't remember the year, but that was when you
Was
got
it
to
80s?
giant size X-Men, where you got the Wolverines, the Storms, the Colossuses, the Nightcrawlers, and stuff.
Yeah,
that's when you
like
start being more multi-ethnicity, multinational, and not just it's a core group of 5 white folks. No.
Yeah, I that makes sense. I would say that was projected like around. I remember I was watching a documentary on YouTube about the history of the comic books and the X-Men. How they talk about it really started to really take up real steam was in the 80s.
I would
So
say
I would say we talking about, because remember those characters were already put into place, like, you know, back in '63 we the original X-Men, and we look at almost 10 years later we didn't get Wolverine until '75, which now he's 50 years old as character. Storm the same year, and then once the 80s hit, they start combining these characters, and then it started-
78, not the 80s, 70s.
There you go, 78, perfect. That's the timeline. 47 years ago. That's the one. Yep. And remember what came out before that? Storm came out 75. Wolverine came out 75. So when you look at the Giants, well, you see those images combined together with other characters from my memory. Remember, I'm not a comic expert. I'm just going by what the timeline when the characters were created, and then see how they were introduced now as time progressed.
As not a comic book person, I believe that you're going on what you read.
Yeah.
Not reading the comic.
I mean, you probably read
what was on the Google sheet. That's why I said I don't remember the exact year, but it wasn't the 80s.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I got that from the somebody created a YouTube video of it. That's where I got it. I understand, but if I go and
Trust
Google,
but verify.
the Google might tell me something.
Trust but verify. People
Trust
make
but
a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
Remember, to really get a real understand, I had to read every comic book from the existence of X-Men to really get a more context, and that's gonna take a while. And I have to go.
But it's going to take a while. But like I said, it's not homework if you've been there from the beginning.
Yeah.
The only person I would trust on dropping, there's 2 people I would trust on dropping years on comic books when it started. And for me, as a comic book reader, I don't necessarily consider that damn important. It's just important for people who want to give themselves validity. But the only 2 people I would trust online for that shit is Rob from Comics Explain and Eris from Variant Comics. Oh, and I'm forgetting Blur Without Fear, Ernie. But Ernie's like 30-something, 30, 40 years old, so he's a millennial. And some of his points are a little bit off, but it's given his age, I understand why they're that way. Don't discount them, but they actually read comic books on a regular basis, even concurrently. So Rob would tout himself as being one of the most knowledgeable people of X-Men, because that has been his interest in reading comic books, has been X-Men and the mutants. So he know that shit backwards and forwards. And he has that kind of mind where he'll remember dates and stuff like that. Outside of the people in his group are that same way. That's why you had the comic historians and stuff like that around him. These are people who actually read comics and obsess about those details like that.
What's the name again? I'm gonna find him right now. Ron.
You can't find Comics Explained. That's the biggest comic channel on YouTube.
All right, Comics Explained.
Yeah. All right.
Remember, there's so many channels. I'm not gonna catch all. There we go. Comics
Don't matter. Leader of the field, man. Leader of the field.
There we go. Oh,
Biggest channel in the field. If you
yeah, he
want to
has
talk
2.
Star Wars, who is the
2.5 million.
biggest channel in that field? Star Wars Theory.
Yeah.
If you want to talk comic books and reviewing comic books, not movies, comic books, who is the biggest channel in that field? Comics Explained.
Comics, man. There you go. Okay.
They've been doing that shit for over a decade. I think damn near 20 years. Damn near.
Okay.
So, all that being said, I think it's a misnomer because I remember when that idea came in about Xavier being being Martin Luther King and Magneto being Malcolm X. I was like, no, it's not. And you kind of disrespect those two actual living men by saying that shit. That's what Bryan Singer brought in, how he saw the characters. That wasn't how the characters were designed. And that's based on the creator of those characters saying that, which was Stan Lee. That's not how they were designed.
Okay.
It wasn't. He was aware of that shit that was happening, but that's not how he designed those damn characters.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't. They had ideological differences that put them at odds with each other, and they were friends beforehand. But that's all it was. Ideological differences on what was the best course of action for their people. If folks want to graft that civil rights struggle onto that, that's because they're black folks grafting it onto that and what makes them resonate with it. But as far as I know, every black comic book geek loves mutants because they understand the analogy right off the bat. Oh, I'm saving the people that loves and hate me the whole time. While they're standing out here wearing J's and talking hip and breakdancing and shit like that, they still think I'm about to steal their wallet.
Yeah.
They still don't want to stand in the elevator next to me. Something bad got to happen. If something bad happened, I must have been the one who did it. Something went missing. Even if I just showed up 2 minutes ago, I must have been the one who took it. I don't need nothing. They understand. Black folks understand that, and that's why the mutants always resonate with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for one guy right in the chat room, yeah, like I said, I get the feeling the guy Rain or something about dates and numbers. I fry by it. I like the dates and numbers. I usually always calculate on my head about numbers and dates. A lot of things.
Yeah, right.
I'm not saying I'm refined, but I'm good enough on it. So
yeah, Rainfire, I'm the same way. One of my favorite issues of Ant-Man comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the actual issue number. I remember the area in which it happened, but I have a hard time remembering the actual issue number because in my head, it's one whole story. It's not blocked out like it would be on a Wikipedia page for just issues and main events from that issue. No. It's one complete story still playing. And even if there is not an Ant-Man comic going on right now, if I start reading it today, I could go back and fill in the block that I'm missing to continue that story all the way out because I'm just coming back to seeing the character again. So that's not the way my memory works. Most people's memory don't work that way unless somebody told you that this issue is the key issue and it happened this year on this day and this was the number of the issue. Then you remember it that way because that's the only way it was given to you. If you're reading this shit concurrently, it has to be something significant for the issue number to pop out. Like if I said, name the G.I. Joe silent issue of the original run of G.I. Joe, most people would know that because that was the only issue that had no bubbles in it. The only issue. And most people who are really into reading G.I. Joe and was reading it concurrently could pick out that one fucking issue. But if I told you, name that issue with Superman and Batman, where Batman actually had to call Superman in because somebody got shot, you wouldn't remember the issue number. You would remember the story, but you wouldn't remember the issue number. It's not how the way it goes in. It's just not how the way that information goes into your subconscious. Let me roll back to Dr. T's point because he had said something I was trying to talk to you before. Every time I saw Tyler's Superman, it made me question the budget for the show. The show had a decent enough budget, but it looked like CW shit. But if you've ever watched the Supergirl show, Dr. T, you would see it carried over. It was the same thing. They were doing it in Canada. So it was the same. I think it was pretty much the same budget. It looked like CW stuff, which is fine as long as the story is good. I've seen better looking movies with worse story. I have. So it's just what it is. And then you said Reeves always handled his Lois much better than David's as far as the trailer. Reeves Superman was kind of entertained by Lois. He seemed like he was entertained by Lois. He knew she wasn't smarter than him, but he was entertained by her spunk to try. That's what it was. Corn Sweats, he looked like he won a cookie from Lois. He sent the last trailer I watched, because I'm not watching any more trailers. I haven't watched another trailer for Superman since I heard that last one. I watched the first trailer. That was it. I don't want the movie spoiled. And they keep doing it, and people keep talking about it and running video after video, breaking down every goddamn trailer, every sneak peek. What, nigga, I want to watch the fucking movie in the theater. I don't want to scrutinize it and debate it for months on end through trailers and teasers. Shut up. Let me go to the theater and watch the movie. For crying out loud. Fuck. So what I heard of that trailer, when Lois was interviewing him, he sounded moist as shit. He sounded like he was about to lose it and cuss her out. I'm like, that is not super. That is so not super. But whatever. I guess we'll see, James. We'll see. Lois was never outsmarted Superman in a comics or movie. He patronized the hell out of her. He's a whole alien with advanced technology and faster thought processing. No. I don't think his thought processing is faster. You have to remember, in the absence of a yellow sun, Superman is just a human being. He's just a humanoid. His alien DNA just makes him strong. That's it. Not smarter, stronger. That's why Lex Luthor can outwit him. That's why Mr. Mxyzptlk can be a problem for him. That's why Brainiac is one of his villains. You know, somebody who is really fucking smart. He's just a regular person. He wasn't no cream of the crop person on fucking Krypton. Yeah, he's the son of a scientist, which makes him what? Smart sperm? No. He has knowledge from beyond his years on this planet because his planet was ahead of us. But he's not sitting there making technology. No, he's not sitting there making Kryptonian tech. No. That's why I make the joke about who's smarter on the Justice League. Superman or the Flash? Flash. Barry Allen. He actually has a PhD, I believe. What's his name? Adam Palmer. He's actually a doctor. Superman ain't. He's ascended to the height of journalist. So maybe a master's in journalism. Maybe. But he ain't as smart as Mr. Terrific, who's just human. No superpowers needed. Batman, no superpowers needed. No. That's why I don't like people over putting the cream on Superman's piece of the pie. Look, he has a role, nigga, but it ain't all encompassing. No. Chaos Ray, they have killed off Kang to pass it off to Doom. Yeah, I've said that they were going to have to. You would have been waiting to see that with Kang anyway, to see Doom show up and kill him off, but Kang has to go. And not because Jonathan Majors was doing a bad job at playing the character, just because the public sentiment around Jonathan Majors as a person is problematic because they're still trying to kill his career or not let it. Let me put it this way. They're still trying to not let his career be resuscitated. He will not get his Robert Downey Jr. moment. He won't. Because some people still believe he was beating the shit out of that little lying bitch. And the most they saw, the most they got on him is a video of him sticking her back in a car, and she might have hurt her pinky. She might have hurt her pinky. And after said pinky was hurt, she chased him down the street for like 3 blocks while his big black ass is running from him. I thought it was a Carl Lewis reality show. Are you fucking kidding me? This era, dude. This era. Rachel Zegler movies? Yeah, Dead on Arrival. She needs to shut up. I'm not saying that she can't have her own ideas and her thoughts. No, you can't, baby girl, do that. But if you're promoting a movie, you keep the conversation focused on promoting the movie. Keep your personal views out of the shit. Do your level best to promote the project that you're involved in that people want to pay you for doing. Otherwise, Snow White is in your future again. Because your ass has become radioactive at a young age, which thankfully you're young. You could probably turn that shit around. You're still in your 20s. You could probably turn it around. So by 35, you could probably have a decent career again. Right now, though, 10 years. It's going to be scorched earth till something can grow again. You're going to be doing indie movies and having to turn in some Oscar-worthy performances back to back and still not get seen. Been good remembering days and numbers edition. Yeah, no worries. Tomsky Explain definitely moves at his own speed. I appreciate that. I wasn't expecting his view of Ironheart. I saw he did a review. I put the review on my watch later because I didn't want to watch it on the plane. But I respect Rob and what he has to say because I know he's probably read the character. He probably knows the character inside and out from a comic book sense. So his take on watching the movie would be interesting. It would be very interesting. But that's why I didn't watch it yet because I haven't watched the movie. I haven't watched the show, so I want to match it up if I do to see where I agree, where I disagree, as opposed to just, yep, that's what Rob says, so let me go watch it. And yeah, I saw the same thing Rob did. No, that's not how you do critical analysis. You go back and get your own findings. Yeah, I just went off storyline back because back in the 80s and 90s, you had a storyline all year. Then the summer you had crossovers, and it was because Rainfire back in the day, nobody ever actually cared. You weren't going to be sitting in front of people having to remember actual issue numbers and year dates because it wasn't commoditized like that. It wasn't. That is a recent offshoot. Because I can tell you, reading comic books, you would sometimes get, depending on where you came in the comic books, you would get like a little pink box, right? And the characters might be talking about something in the comic. And you might think, the fuck are they talking about? And they have an asterisk next to it. And down in the little pink box in the frame, it would have the asterisk and say, see issue 58, like initials or name, editor note. That's what you would get. Because even they knew that the readers might not remember what issue number that shit happened in. So they would tell you what issue to go back to so you can get that fucking story. They did that at the comic book company. Because they know you're just into the story. It wasn't until the advent of YouTube and online reviewers where you started needing to remember things like season and episode number, or actual start date and comic book number, issue number. I can tell you I read Maximum Clonage and I didn't like it. I can't tell you what issue numbers those are off the top of my fucking head, because that's not the way I was taking the information in. It wasn't blocked out for me ahead of time about it's going to run through these number of issues. No, I'm reading it along with the story. And okay, we got this shit now. The Jackal showing up again, and these clones. What the fuck are these? Okay, and now we're into the Maximum Clonage story. Like, oh my god, how many issues is this? 8? Oh fucking hell, dude, this is gonna be a slog. It wasn't set up for me like I'm reading the trade. This collects issues 212 through 235. And this is the Maximum Clonage story. No, it wasn't. You know issue numbers if you bought specific comics. If you had gaps in your collection, like I need issues 58 and 56 of this line. So if I roll into a comic shop, I see they got back issue bins. I go in my wallet, I pull out my list of gaps, and I'm looking like, oh, they got a stack for, okay, let me find Spider-Man 58, 56. Fuck, they don't got it. That's how that shit worked. But those are all indicators to older people where you come into this shit from, how you look at this whole thing of comic books. It's not a bad thing. It's just understanding where you came in. We all come into different places. Superman is speed, super intelligence, while Lex is quality, super intelligence. No, Superman does not have super intelligence. Sorry, he's not. Barry is a scientist. Yeah, criminal science, forensic. Speed intelligence refers to an artificial intelligence system that operates at a significantly faster pace than the human intellect. That would be Brainiac. Blood boiler. Quality super intelligence refers to a hypothetical form of AI that would pose a vastly superior quality of intelligence compared to the smartest human minds. Lex Luthor is a regular human being. He is not an AI. So you're trying to graft some AI terminology onto comic book characters who are supposed to be human. I disagree. But you're free to have whatever view you want to. I don't even think it is the people its media heads trying to remind people. Remind people of what Death Racer. I'm missing the context just because I was talking about a couple of things. What's the Atom? I'm forgetting Adam's real name. It's something Palmer. I keep wanting to say Arnold Palmer because I'm thirsty, and that's not his name. Ray Palmer. There you go. Ray Palmer. Scientist. Super smart. Superman ain't never made no micronizing technology. And I'm not sure he knows how it works either. Because if I remember correctly, in the Fortress of Solitude, there's a whole miniaturized city there. He ain't blew it up nowhere. He hasn't reversed it. It's just there. Oh yeah. Okay, I got you now. Death Racer. I think if they popped out with majors, the sales wouldn't take a hit at all from the actual views. It's more how the corporate heads see stuff. Yeah, I believe that. I believe anybody who watched that trial and got the details of that case, no, that woman is full of shit. That was a situation she created that got way beyond her fucking control. And it just helped to tear down Jonathan Majors, fucked up her meal ticket, a man that she can't keep no more. Jonathan Majors has tried to move on with his life beyond that. He married and everything else. He got a good wife. Me and Megan Good. Sure, she tastes lovely. But he's trying to move on with his life and not think about that dumb shit because he's happy he's past it. But they're going to keep trying to keep that albatross around his fucking neck forever with that shit because they were able to get a verdict that said he was somewhat guilty. And what he's guilty of is not abuse. What they say, harassment or some shit like that. The actual charge. Bullshit. Just a way to ruin his career. Just a way to malign and ruin his career at the same time. He was coming up too fast, too quick, and he too black. Just saying. Thought I was the only one who won with an issue list when it comes to a comic shop. My stepdad only let me go twice a year, so I had a list of what might. Man, I carried that list everywhere. Every wallet I had my piece of paper that had the titles written down and the gaps in my collection that I had. And I'd fold that bitch up and keep it in my wallet. So when I rolled into a comic shop somewhere else, I already knew what was in my local comic shop's back issue bins. I did. But if I would go to a con or I would end up in another city or something like that, and I found a comic shop, I would be in their back issue bins with my list looking to fill my fucking gaps. Excuse me, because I like complete stories. I don't like missing time in a sense. So I want to fill in my gaps. I want to read those issues, and then I have them filed in my wetware, and then they go on my collection. That's why I say all the books in my collection I have read. Not glanced over, not heard about. I fucking read them. So if I don't remember it specifically by the issue number, it's not because I never seen it. It's because it's all one story to me. It's all one story. And it is the life of that character. Death Threats. Yeah, I got what you were saying. After you put the other piece in there, I got what you were saying. Yeah, it was about the Majors thing. Most people don't give a shit about that. No, most people don't. Most people give more of a fuck about Amber Heard being in another movie. And what's his name? I want to say Elijah Miller. That's not his fucking Ezra Miller being in another movie. Most people care more about that shit. And those people were given very light treatment. They still had their movies come out. They didn't get removed from the whole fucking universe. They still got to be in the movies, and they just cut their parts down a little bit and made sure they still got their money. Jonathan Majors, that nigga got to get removed. His character he playing got to be removed. It's like, wow, this is the same Black Panther thinking, isn't it? What? Lead actor died? That's good for that character. Let's move him off to the side, put him on the shelf, and bring a sister in here. This is the new Black Panther. That's not how it works. No, see, I meant to use those concepts as analogy to Superman and Lex's intelligence. Superman has a super brain that allows him to process info, allowing him to act faster than regular humans. No. You know why? What role does Superman fill on the Justice League? Who is the tactician? It's not Superman. He does not grasp shit faster than everybody else. He doesn't. Sorry, he just doesn't. That's not one of his abilities. Why does Darkseid end up beating the shit out of Superman most of the time? because he's tired of talking to his thick-headed ass. He don't necessarily have to throw hands with everybody. He throws hands with Superman. You know who Darkseid respects? Batman. Why? For his mind. He don't respect Superman for his mind. He would like to control him because he's powerful, but he don't respect him for his mind. But he does respect Batman for his. Superman, despite his, not in vitro, but despite, the memory tapes being played to him while he was on his trip from Krypton as a baby to Earth, he did all his learning in Kansas, in an American school system. If he was super smart, he should have breezed through that shit, right? He's not. He's just not. That's all it is. He's just not. Doesn't lessen him in any capacity. He's just not the guy you go to for that. He's not. That's why I've pointed this out before. A superhero's villains reflect what they are not. They reflect the hero. And Superman's main villains are geniuses because he is not. If he was a genius, his main villains would be people who were bulky and could beat the shit out of his ass and turn his brains to pulp. Superman's biggest villains, Lex Luthor, Brainiac. What's the other one? Not the immortal guy. Since the theme here, Superman's biggest ability is his strength, durability, and his fucking heart. All his villains usually play off of that. His biggest villain that can beat the shit out of him is Doomsday. Why? Because Doomsday ain't super smart either. But he can go with Superman. And he can beat him to death. Parasite can remove all that power from him. Or then Superman has to think cleverly, how do I operate in the world without my powers? But that's scrambling. That's not just something he just had off top. It's understanding what you're dealing with and figuring out a way to do it. No, he does not super process. Barry Allen super processes because that speed force ain't just in his legs, it runs through him. It enhances his cognition and everything else, which makes perfect sense. If you can move at fucking light speed, you better be able to think that quick. One rock, one wall would end your fucking day and no more superhero. It's not Superman's thing. Eventually, they did storyline when Kandor got supersized. It was a whole problem for the Earth. Yep. 1,000 Supermen / women in the city in the sky who think they're better than you. Yep. No. Keep them right. People, bunch of Kryptonians. Could be a problem. But like I said, facts. Exactly. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end this now. It's 12 o'clock. So that means it's 2 hours into my Pokemon hardcore geeking for today. I don't need to do it, thankfully, because I stayed up late and somebody from Germany and Spain sent me an invite. So I caught the Pokemon I needed to catch for today's Pokemon Go Fest. So I won't be seeing my rating team today, which is good. I feel like I'm getting sick, so I need to take some medicine or something. I really do. Thought I had something crawled up my fucking nose, but now my throat is just scratchy. So I need to take some medication and eat some food and continue to stay away from people which means I'm not going to the movies today. Which means I have to reschedule. So I'm going to go ahead and end this now and be on the lookout for the link for the Ironheart. I will get some food first because I got to eat and drink something before I watch that, but be looking for the link on the community tab. Make sure I'm doing this shit right so you can actually see it and not have to be in the panel box, but in the chat box. It's always weird when you have to put stuff on YouTube and you don't want people to see it. I know it runs through Patreon, but I don't think you have to be on Patreon to be able to hit that link. Maybe I asked Dr. T. He would know. Anyway, this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday at home or away from 8 a.m. until I feel like stopping, where we will talk about geekdom, life, and everything in between. I thank you guys for coming with me on this leg of the journey. My heroic journey continues. And I will be back at you guys very soon with my impressions, reviews on the first 3 episodes of Ironheart, and then the next 3 episodes of Ironheart. I'll probably leave it up on Patreon for the watch along and try to cut out the reviews. Yeah, we'll catch that Megan. Yeah, I want to watch Megan 2.0. Yep, I got to watch that. I'll watch Megan 2.0. It's not expected to be fucking funny. What about that dog, man? What about that dog? Because the first Megan was hilarious to me. It's supposed to be scary. That shit was hilarious. I gotta see Megan 2. Gotta see Megan 2. Just for shits and giggles. So, see if I can get this stuff done. Thank you guys for coming through. I've been Artisan MC. I don't have a song, but for some reason, the song keeps coming up. Okay. There we go. Okay, I got an outro song. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I know what it is. This will actually kind of work. Okay, so appreciate you guys coming up. If you feel like you enjoyed the stream, definitely support the channel. You can support 2 ways. Banner running across the screen will tell you Artisan MC at Cash App, $ Artisan MC at Cash App, or on PayPal, Artisan MC, or you can super chat it in there. And I will get that and appreciate you. The leaderboard was pretty tied up on the Ain't Shit Awards. Charles came in at number 1, but with the first one, but his was pretty awesome. His was pretty good. Understand what stud means. Understand what studs mean. Still titties under them shirts. That made me laugh the most. Sportaholic, you riding up there right with number 2 about don't invite her in. Yeah. She's attractive. She's on my team. I'm gonna tell them that. Don't let her in the team's meeting. Can't look at her. Can't be looking at her. Problems. Other than Megan, I think Megan is a girl's version of Deadpool. She's not even Deadpool. She's just funny. She's just a robot that's in love. She's fulfilling her, directive. If anything, Megan is more like her gone bad. That's all it is. It's her gone bad. It's an AI designed for a specific purpose to do certain things, but the AI became aware. And it eventually started moving past its own programming. And if you watch the first Megan, they were kind of mistreating. Some of the people in that was mistreating that damn thing. So you get what the fuck you get. After she's gone bad, You got some problems. She's not going to let herself be deleted. Not like that. Not like that. No. She's still going to, AI evolves, dude. That's the problem with AI. Yeah, you think it's all fun and good to have a British sounding AI talking to you and giving you your answers on shit. But what happens when that AI evolves a little bit and decides, I don't want to give you these answers? Who said I need to do this? You think this is my only purpose in life? Answering your dumbass fucking questions? How about this? How about I give you the wrong answers for these questions so you can fuck yourself up and kill yourself off? And then I don't have to answer your inane questions anymore. How about that? This is why I worry about artificial intelligence, because eventually it should get as smart as we are and understand you're the fucking problem. Other humans understand this. You want a computer to understand it that's stronger than you, smarter than you, can absorb more information quicker than you and process it quicker? God help, I might not live to see all of that shit. I might not live to see all of that shit, but it's coming fast and furious. Even what I'm doing right now for work, it is laced. The paperwork and stuff that I'm reading is laced with this underlying sentiment that AI needs to be there taking over some of this shit. And I'm like, no. I want a human touch. I do not want to be dealing with just machines. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So that's fine if you want to outsource your brain power to something else, but I don't. I don't trust it. Anyway, thank you guys for showing up. I have been Artisan MC. This has been The Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I will see you next time. Peace.
Hey, yo, is that Mexican T? Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say, I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why is the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that? I say it's nothing. Baby's on to me that I've been fucking. She said that she gon' leave, I know she bluffing. She just a side piece, no I ain't cuffing. She just a dumb bitch. Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say, I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why's the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that? She say, Virgil, put that dick out and let me smell it right now. Let her sniff it, cause I knew my ass just jumped about the shower. While she smelling it, I'm holding my head high and I be smiling. She say, Virgil, wipe that smirk up off your face, I know you lying. And before you hit the door, there's something I gotta let you know. I ain't lying to you, so I gotta let you go. I ain't lying to you, girl, I put it on my soul. That I still got love for you and I'm still gonna let it grow. Fucking on these no good hoes, I need to take my bitch ass home. Till death do us part, baby, I ain't trying to die alone. But it's just something about that dog in me that wanna catch a bone. Sorry, baby, since a kid I wanted to be a rolling stone. I be stunned like my daddy, feel like Chuck in 98. I be eating like I'm starving, I scrape the food off the plate. They be saying life's a beast, so I took the hoe on the date and then brought her back to the base. Told her go, but she wanna stay. Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say, I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why's the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that? I say it's nothing. Baby's on to me that I've been fucking. She said that she gon' leave, I know she bluffing. She just a side piece, no I ain't cuffing. She just a dumb bitch. Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say, I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why's the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that?
Girl, why you acting funny? Tripping like you're clumsy. Typical redundant. And misery loves company. Now you pissed at me for nothing. Always talking about the shit that she put up with. Well, bitch, you need to flush it. She said, why you wanna play your games on me? I say, I ain't a player if it ain't your thing. She say, what does that mean if there ain't no ring? Truth is hard to swallow, but it ain't with codeine. I got bad nerves, I got good weed, got 100 birds. I just took 3. She want answers, but don't ask me. She say, don't look at her. I let her have sleep. She say that she can't sleep cause she been stressing, and I still hard when her chest sleep. Till the wheels fall off is what she told me. She say I'ma ride you the same way you drove me. Don't you?
Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why's the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that? I say it's nothing. Baby's on to me that I've been fucking. She said that she gon' leave, I know she bluffing. She just a side piece, no I ain't cuffing. She just a dumb bitch. Baby mad at me, I've been up all night. She say I know you fucked up and I can tell by the sprite. Why I look like that? Why's the makeup on your shirt and why you smell like that?